I gotta stay here for a second because advertisements, but not even just get some logs once before really starting. Okay, Ryan. Okay, yeah. Well, didn't work. Let's see, how do I do the thing that we talked about? Useful VTS, there you go. Let's hope pressing that button works. But hang on, I could... Nah. I was gonna go straight into game. No, it's fine. Let's see. Grabbing of the log. Local HIPS. Logs. Gonna just drag over the entire thing, give it to Ryan, because it did not work. But there we go. Okay. All that being said, hello! Limbus Company Day! Yeah! It's getting up to... It's just... My immediate first thought. My immediate first thought. It's just... Chapter 9. For those who are curious, we see a few pictures here. No, that's freaking screen gone. There. We see Gregor in the top right. He got turned into the Roach Emperor. We see Sinclair in the top left. He managed to, like, you know, he managed to pull a future version of himself to help fight. And then in the bottom left, we have Araya, who, bottom left, who became the ego of the sword? Well, became the ego of the scabbard. And coding overloaded. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So I was saying, it started a little bit earlier today. Oh, it started a little bit earlier. Because I couldn't keep waiting. I know I said like I would start shimming in like 15 minutes from now, but oh my gosh, I was just sitting here and I'm like, I want my Limbus company. I have a problem. I need to stick to the schedule. Call me a bad streamer. Because I'll do a little bit of housekeeping first before I go in and just, you know, actually, you know, do an extraction for the stream, because you always want to do extractions for the stream. Oh, hey, I've got 3 things. What? Hi, Shopak, Y branch. We got the sheep Don Quixote. Awesome. Okay.
야만적이라고 할 땐 언제고 왜들 이렇게 물러먹지?
What?
화나기를 난 것처럼.
What? What the frick? I just did a temple and I immediately got the feature identity for the... Oh no. I got the feature identity for the freaking thing twice. Okay. Well, one of the feature identities? I got the feature identity for the event twice in the first 10 pull. And I also got the sheep donkey. What the frick was that look? Frick. Oh, well, I don't have the other identities that relate to this, right? I don't have any of the ring, I think. Yeah, I haven't quite gotten the ring. Was it also Yisang who had a ring identity? I can't quite do a themed... I can't do a themed, like... themed after the ring, because apparently the ring is like what the... I've seen random bits of advertising and it appears to be the ring, including the fact that we're getting the ring Falvist here, but Oh! I have a 2-star Outist identity that's also the ring. Ah! Yes, I turned on the full VTS, Ryan. Once we got the one log of it not working, I'm like, okay, cool. Just uptie this and freaking just... Yeah. That's feral melody of bones. I'll take it for their figures fine locked together. Just need to...
고작 힘줄 몇 가닥 당겼을 뿐인데도 구조적으로 비틀림 하나 없이 착착. 잠깐.
Ah, you sent me a message. Yeah. You sure this is the docent's artwork? Hold on. Why does it have any fur? Where are the claws? There's no way the docent would skip using a wolf as a motif of her piece. Maybe you didn't examine it thoroughly enough. I did. Right there. See? There's an autograph on this side. That's Miss Rodion's, alright. Anyone who joins the school of Fauvism carries a beast or two tucked away within their heart. Some cuddled up to a cat. Others leash a dog. Or a goat, even. Tied real close to the core of who they really are. Well, doesn't mean they can actually handle it. But hey, everyone's got at least one they draw from for their inspiration. And in my case, it's a wolf. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is this from the perspective of Rodion? Because normally it's like this child, and it's usually from the perspective of Carmen. Like, is this not? Has it not been for a while? Oh well, though, that's really unexpected. Do you think she's decided to switch childs? That can't be right. How many artists do you know who survived these reinventions? Sure, changing the beast you're gonna stick with is a hot topic in the school of Fauvism. You like how I knew exactly why you did that? Yeah. But I say that's the kind of nonsense idiots with no eye for beauty like to chew on. Anyone with a half-a decent eye would have clocked it already. I'm still writing with a wolf. Yep. Still there nestled in my heart and my work. Hasn't gone anywhere. Hear them? Hello? Did I tell you to keep it down during viewing hours? The walls have ears around here. Don't let that little bird going around telling people stuff hear ya, if you know what I mean. Well, the students are making a valid point. Chasing trends, flipping identities on a whim. It's an ugly sight, to be frank. I know. It does look kind of look like you're not committing to your inspiration. Folks get satisfied with shallow little scratch, and they call it a day. Not my thing at all. Yeah, not a lot of people pull that off and make it work, right? Besides the maestro, anyway. Well, the maestro's an outlier who has an exceptional understanding and affection for every beast. She returns from each excursion with a new fixation, and yet it seems to deepen the profundity of her work all the more. That's true, and looks like she's back from a little excursion to the outskirts this time. In any case, it would be prudent to address the students' concerns. They might just walk away with the wrong impression otherwise. Will you be walking them through an interpretation of that piece? Still on the fence, honestly. I was kind of hoping one of them would connect the dots without me having to draw the lines for them, you know? Boop. Ah! I've been booped! Oh my gosh! No! Ah! They always say what matters is only the things your eyes can see. But if everything has to be so conspicuous, where's the fun in that? I guess even a single layer of interpretation is already too subtle for the student's artistic perception. Fangs sunk into the will hide, sinews stretched tight to keep it unrolled, all of them pulling together like a pack on the hunt. That ferocious medium, taken from wolves, makes the real hidden artwork. If they just look a little closer at the seams, they'd be blown away by the intent of the maker. I know it feels like a waste of educational material to spell it out, but perhaps you could give them some guidance? A proper lecture to toss them a bit of inspiration? The students' grades lately, let's just say they've seen better days. They probably haven't been exposed to the more recent iteration of artworks. Not exactly a promising batch, huh? Well, there's that one over there, and maybe the other one too. That one? Nah. Seeing his artwork is like staring at something that's been declawed before it even learned to scratch. No creativity, no curveballs, just straight lines and monotony. That would be Mersol. Still, his grasp on the theory is flawless. Oh, but I do understand why he doesn't stand out in your eyes, Rhodia. You've always been exceptional in encapsulating verity in artwork since your student days. Your old piece, Hunger, Thirst. It's still being exhibited, you know. One of the few student artworks deemed worthy of a pedestal of its own. Ah. You've gotta be kidding me. That thing's still up? Hunger, Thirst. Subpar junk I slapped together with whatever rotten scraps of meat and hide I could get my hands on. Back when I was freezing my bones off, hungry as a wolf. Wasn't about chasing art, just needed something to catch the ring's eye. Figured if I got noticed, I wouldn't have to go to sleep hungry. This is from the perspective of, like, Rhodia. What the frick? It's not from the perspective of, We're not... It's not Rhodia talk. It's not Carmen talking, huh? Keep out, I see that. Didn't know a damn thing about fundamentals back then, and yet people couldn't take their eyes off it. What was the critique again? Apparently it laid bare the hunger of a beast and the brutality that stems from it. Thought she'd be more flattered. Ha ha! Actually, I'm not a huge fan. It's mine, yeah, but it's just grubby. Not that I don't get why people are reacting like that. I mean, I couldn't recreate it if I tried. Not in a million years. Fair enough. Then let's leave it at that, shall we? I got some money in my pocket now. Can actually splurge on whatever materials caught my eye without a second thought. I get to put together some solid pieces and even go out on hunts. But back when I created that piece, this kind of life wasn't even on the table. Yeah, now I understand what they mean by verity when they talk about that artwork of mine. Still, I would never want to go back to those days just to encapsulate that kind of verity. Alright, guess I'll schedule a lecture session tomorrow. Busy today? Got some business at the House of Spiders. So the rumors of its collapse were true after all. But is there anything there worth picking up? The last person who went said it remained much the same. Just corporist works coloring the place. There's gotta be something waiting there if the maestro's sending me out for anything that needs collecting, right? Who knows? Maybe it's finally come together. The long-held wish the House of Spiders has been waiting for ages. Yeah, I talked a bit game, but figures, nothing I didn't expect to see. You can't ride the same success forever just because it used to pay off. You've got to be willing to cut it loose when it starts growing stale. People got bored fast these days. If your piece can't be branded with the word groundbreaking, viewers will just walk right past it. I mean, just look at this place. The gallery must have been lacking visitors enough for some strays to just walk in and build themselves a cozy little nest right in the open. I can see every bit of ya. No point playing coy behind that pillar. Come on, get out here before things get awkward. Wayfarer, door breach, team 5. I've been hearing about this. More and more uninvited guests wandering the corridors without a guide, without a sense of occasion. So we are talking about the rings corridors. Okay. What is it between us? Have we met before? Or is it our first beat? Holy cow, this music. Hard to tell what those tasteless masks they're wearing. Your outfits are a bit different from the last ones I saw. That logo, though. Yep, same crowd. So many artworks crammed in here you couldn't even begin to count them all. Yet somehow the whole space feels hollow. Word is, that corporist maestro hasn't had a real spark in decades. Lost his edge and faded like a candle that burned out. And it really shows walking through here. It's all the same stuff everywhere I look. Same patterns, same ideas, things I swear I've seen somewhere before. No wonder people say the school of corporism is way past its prime. Normally, trespassers in the corridor get torn apart on the side without any questions asked. But hey, maybe you're the last audience the House of Spiders gallery's ever gonna get. Feels like a waste not to give you even a simple tour, right? Even a dump like this deserves a final hurrah before it disappears. There's plenty of detail and intent here to talk about. Not like it's hard to play curator either. This is Door Breach Team 5 if you counted the ring. Requesting confirmation of any viable escape routes. This one. See how the arteries and veins are stitched together? Each thread woven one strand at a time. It's a duet of blood vessels. The artist went out of his way to almost completely drain the blood, meaning, instead of color, it's all about the elasticity and tension in the vessels. Now this is the kind of art you wouldn't even try if you're not confident with delicate improvisation. I won't lie, this is one of those techniques where I just fall flat. If some student brought this in, I'd be like, darling, you've got some serious talent, and mentor them myself. But from a maestro? Kinda underwhelming, don't you think? Enemy has begun commentary on human-based artwork within the corridor. Likely a docent of the ring, then. How should we proceed? Oh, and this one here preserves the dice. Oh, just continues. See this part? What's that? Hear that shriek? This whole setup, with an emphasis on the screen sound, how should I put this? It feels kind of dated. For iterations like these, the trend today is something with a more refined style. A little touch to soften the scream into a melody, or instead of screams, simply something that gives ya a glimpse of that last bit of hope of making it out alive. For all the detail put into this, it's so old-fashioned. Still, you think this would be a bit much for people who've never known art their whole lives. But hey, you're all holding up surprisingly well. Kinda suspicious, honestly. You've probably been zipping all over the place in these corridors, seen a few of the ring's exhibits, or you've run into the afflatus that exists between corridors. Could it be both? Continue recording both the commentary and physical characteristics of the enemy. The logical conclusion regarding the identity of the subject points towards her being the ring's docent. However, the subject may also be a culmination of an unknown phenomenon, or a lost mimicking human form. Oh, interesting. In which case... Alright, moving on to the next piece. Excuse me, you guys even listening? I mean, sure, points for taking notes and all, but art isn't something you memorize from a note. You're supposed to really feel it. Take it in with your whole body. Subject has stopped the commentary. The device has been set up. Should we withdraw, sir? Let's do that. Fall back for now. See, this is why quality matters when it comes to the viewers. I'm out here narrating, taking the time to walk them through all this, and they're not even pretending to listen. They're just tapping away on some weird gadget. And now they're running off without leaving any proper comment on their impression. Ha! Well, can't be helped, I suppose. Have it your way. And so I grab that bright red line, made of braided blood vessels and tendons, and just yank it tight in one go. Claws snap into place, clattering out the sharp little rhythm. And along those taut strings, the bones of beasts line up all neat and pretty. There's a unique structural beauty when it all falls into place. All units, disperse and relocate via designated routes. Avoid engagement and move to adjacent corridors. No, she's too flattened and crushed, torn and ripped apart. The uninvited guests are sprayed and splashed across the snow-white walls, leaving crude streaks of red line. It's a form of art too intense and overwhelming for the undeserving. But once it breathes in the sight, it's no helping it. Let it dig a scar in your sensibilities for life. Okay. I don't know what character you relate to, but you are going to relate to a character. Let's see. Let's get up to tier 4. I bet that you are going to have... I don't have enough. I don't have nearly enough. Okay. Yep, there's an reward exchange. I bet that identity is going to give me extras, so I'm basically... I'm going to want to use it.
제압되었구려. 다만 좀 지체된가?
정의 실현.
Let's
자,
see.
이제 경고도
Skip
꺼.
through that a
관리직
couple
사상자는
times.
하나도 없이 멋모르고
Let's see. Well, since I thought she gets this identity... It's not enough. It's not enough. Back nabbit. Okay.
관리직 사상자는 하나도 없이 멋모르고 돌아다니던
No,
사무직
not that
놈들만
one.
잔뜩 죽었더군. 역시 탄창을 쥐어주는 건 낭비라는 생각이 들지 않나? 어차피 이런 상황에서 사직 놈들에게 필요한 건 회복 탄환이
오케이.
아니라 자기 머리에 쏠 실탄 한 발뿐이었을 텐데.
I am just gonna...
실현. 자,
탄환은 계속해서
I don't
만들어지고
want to focus on like doing
방어색은
ESP
계속해서
activations
당겨질
today. Let's see. There we go. Okay, but let's see. What kind of skills do you have? You are bleed and sinking. Interesting. Let's see. When hit, gain 1 bleed potency for every stack. Okay, so that's on them. So it's bleed that insists upon itself. Palette Vibrante. Take plus damage from the ring faction identities. I only have 2. I don't want to. If the attacker is in both the ring faction and the school of Fauvism, nah. I only have one other identity that's ring. So, and it's not even school of Fauvism. I think it's pointillism. For the outest identity I have. Okay, mold color blue. Okay, hang on. You have a special... Let's see. If target has 6 plus types of negative effects. Oh. So you handle bleed and sinking, and you want everyone else to do 4 other types of... Okay. You know what? this team isn't exactly the worst for that. I was running the ego team recently just on my own. Let's see. Here we have Tremor. Then we have Burn. That's 2 more. Burn. Rupture. We have Rupture. So if I want to get that, like... If I want to have that target as 6+ types of negative effects, I have 5. I need 1 more. Let's see. I also have High Show Pack. I could just throw in High Show Pack. They have a fair variety of, like... Yeah. You also do Rupture. So I think I'm going Rupture, Burn, Tremor. Then I have Sinking, Bleed. Rupture, Burn, Tremor, Sinking, Bleed. Then... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a unique one. You have Spore. Is Spore unique something? No, it's just Spore. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could throw in these 6 and then... I don't know. I think this one also has a unique one. Yeah, this one has Butterfly. Unique Sinking, which yeah, but still. Okay. All of this built around the Ring Forest Docent Rhodia. Just to see what happens. Just create another Keflin module just for the heck of it. Twining Thread. Percent bonus units. 40% gain. Holy cow, why is it... Okay. Not owned, not owned, not owned. Yeah. I only have 1. And that's the Ring Pointless Student Autis. Which I should... Frick, what? I have a problem. Unless I want to earn everything. Okay. Make sure I have at least close to maximum. Then I'm gonna freaking... Eh.
잠든 자들에게는 기꺼이 꽃 한 송이를 놓겠소.
관리직 사상자는
오케이.
하나도 없이.
어때? 끝내주게 강하고 믿을 수 없이 빨랐지?
다행이네요. 제정신인 동안 끝.
Okay. Let's see if I can get you up to at least standard. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's do this. 48. It's just not that. I keep pressing the wrong thing. I think I could get away with just... I have promised that I want to earn everything. Yes, that is a reasonable quote. That is a reasonable quote.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
내 작품.
자, 의료
나를 점 찍었.
여기는 순교. 선멸 지역 진입했어요.
I'm gonna do the EXP excavations. I just said I wouldn't, but Bring pointless student outage.
쇠체어감 진행하겠습니다.
And the quick side, because it is more efficient to just fight out the battle. And if I don't fight out the battle, it would take like 18 Encapsulate modules to get to where I want it to be.
벗어났네.
태풍대 확인.
야,
The conversion rate is super, like,
흐느적거리는데?
해체어감
it's just a little bit odd to think about. 12 modules spent skipping is worth 9 modules spent just playing.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고 피해 상술값이 예상범위를 벗어났는데요?
노력은 가상하지만 적절한 기계 지표가 있는지
It's-
모르겠고 의사 실험 기록에 있다면 점수는 줄게.
They had to go for something that's like
태어난 곳으로
not
돌아가라.
easily mapped out. Freaking
효과적이네요.
2/3 ratio.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
나아가주게.
어중간한 예술은
This is fun to look at, like
각을 이제 좀
the new identity working out though.
탕.
Alas, I did not prep myself for this event.
고마운구나 나.
I mean, normally I prep myself for each event that's gonna happen. I usually try to like get more EXP activations, but I was freaking busy just grinding out the redo of the event that they did recently. I didn't stream in the event because it was just
잔 후에
it was covering old ground that I already streamed the like story before. They redid the LCB checkup, which I'm just like, okay. I mean, I suppose while we're like sitting here, just basically win rating to try to get through like EXP excavation.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께
I will talk about LCB checkup and how I think it relates to the current like in between event before actually going to the event proper. Because I had a theory that each of the checkups happen because like they try to get a particular idea into your head.
아른거림
So stuff like
예사롭지가 않은데?
the yield by flash event got like a hard mode.
아무튼
That was the redo of the event.
이외에 특별히 첨언할 일도 없.
And I highly suspect that
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
that one was just because, hey, look at this. This is another occasion of like
잠든 오래 버티지 못하니
distortion
의사가
and
상황을
detective
내는 효과적인
and like
공격수단을 택했으니
Limbus Company's
당연한
first
결과를
interactions
써야죠.
with the LCD
언젠가
department and the LCA
그
department,
중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
which was important for, you know,
대체의
chapter
행동
9.
패턴 추출 완료. 이 정도 성과라면 다음 연구로 이어나갈 수 있겠군요.
제한 명령 지역으로 이동.
And then, well, I tried to think of the warp train as well, trying to fit that in. I don't remember when the warp train like part was in there, but I do remember that like we iterated on Don Quixote as a vampire.
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Also, like, here's how travel between like certain nests
임파스터.
usually goes, as well as the fact of like, hey,
마음껏 공격해 보자고.
W Corp isn't doing so good,
아디오.
and one of the background elements, one of the background story elements that's been going on is that
통상 배탈이.
this company is cooperating with
대상 확인.
이
an
방식을
organization that is looking to
트랜지션.
um
임상 시험소.
take over W Corp.
아무리 가르쳐줘도 매번 이상하게 줄여나가니
which is wild to think about.
예사롭지가 않은데?
태어난
작사를
곳
It's like,
내놨어.
oh great, they might be looking to start a
이런
war.
건 몽둥이가 약이지.
아.
그릇 두드려 패.
But yeah,
노력은 가상하지만
탕
let's see. So considering that LCB checkup was the
훌륭하오.
like the
이외에
Boca
특별히
the, like
전혀
hard mode given before 9.5. Details that I think are important. The LCB checkup was the first time we actually went to the headquarters of LCE. So, considering that's where all of our characters are right now, that's possibly important.
어디 시험을 보지.
There's also like the sinner ranking they did, like where everyone's at in terms of power
불길 속
and how
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게
how
시켜갈 수 있는
Gregor
거야.
wasn't actually ranked because Gregor was like exception. Other notable things were like everyone's rankings in that as far as like notable characters
알리사가
from chapter 9 who aren't Ryoshu.
산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD에서
Sinclair was ranked fairly low for like the
양질의 데이터를 얻었다.
like power scaling of like sinners
갈고자 하는
outside
모든
of
것들과 함께
Limbus company.
무덤으로 돌아.
Sinclair was
좋다.
ranked
좋아.
like
계속 집중하지.
fairly near the bottom as far as power scaling goes,
출력 형태 변경.
which is wild because he's also the one who summoned
이번으로
the boss
몇
killer
번째 통과죠?
version of himself
17번째라니.
during chapter 9.
놀라운 한 방이네요.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
So just overall, I'm thinking about it all, and
좋아. 이 보고서는 바로 상부로 옮기겠어. 수치가 좋군.
fascinates me. It fascinates me. Okay, ring pointless outus. Can I? No, I can't. Do I have it? I do, but it's fine. Yeah.
저희도 손실이 없는 건 아니지만
So,
결과가
judging off of that, I think we are gonna get a more substantial idea of where Gregor sits in relation to everyone else. Being that the necessity of bringing up the sinner rankings against each other isn't necessarily for a pecking order, and more to know like here's how they relate to the whole situation, here's where they relate to each other, even if it's in terms of power, and Gregor being the outlier. We're gonna get a little bit more of that. I mean, Gregor's chapter was literally called The Outcast. You know what? I'm okay with level 59. I'm okay with level 59. Let's go start it. So yeah, I think we're gonna get more touching on Gregor. We're getting a little bit of touching on Sinclair. Yeah. Funeral. Oh, what a way to start it. Okay. Oh, frick. Right, that happened. Oh. Okay. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gathered in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Oh, right, no voice acting this time. Yeah. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Ishmael, you try your best. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onward. Okay. To be fair, 30 pages. You got a fair amount in. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when you set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah! Thou speakest that the funeral were held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Oofy Association's notarization otherwise. I've said time again, but it was just an intentional and not anonymity to prevent family strife. No freaking... Oh my gosh. Kathy was erased from existence. Heathcliff remembers, and so do we. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. Oh my gosh, holy cow. Oh, poor Heathcliff. The name of the deceased was... Hang on, I gotta get into Heathcliff mode and then tone it down. Oi! Bugger! Oi! Well, the name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth in local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Oh, remember, just, It's fine, Blockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bell's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bough had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote. Not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh! Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will... I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. Seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Which is horrifying because of how many people die, yeah. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Oh, that's... what the frick? Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. No, you just leave it to the sweepers? Oh my gosh. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Better let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some thoughts to later desecrate it. In Hongyeon, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Oh, that's horrifying! Frick! Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. What? How the frick do you say that word? What does that mean? Hang on. Odious. Lazy, indolent. Of no use, pointless, or superfluous. Otios. The frick. There was grave digging as part of the plot in Wuthering Heights, which Heathcliff is from / inspired by. Oh, yeah, it would make sense then that, like, Heathcliff would bring it up then. Arshio's foolishness. All of it. Comforting the soul of the departed. Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered. All for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart? Or just something said to convince himself? Right. Right, yeah, that's another reason why LCB checkup, because we kind of learned a little bit more about Hohenheim's deal, and that's part of his deal. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close when Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. Why the well, I mean, okay, they probably didn't want to make another Sprite, but still, you're injured. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? If you recall correctly, the Heathcliff character in that book did some of the grave digging and then paid someone to move his love's corpse nearer to him after he died. That does make sense. Heathcliff and Limbus Company was part of the Dead Rabbits gang, and several of the alternate Heathcliffs would do something like that. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Oh, right, Gregor. Right, water. I've been coughing a lot more recently. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah! Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis. In the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup and Hohenheim said there's no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Ah, yeah, that would make sense, yeah. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Oh, right, because Sinclair did the thing. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more notice of investigation rather than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. You recall one time someone you met hadn't heard of menthol lozenges for cough, so you mentioned them here in case you haven't either. I haven't. I'm drinking plenty of water. I'm hoping I can just play through this entire chapter today. Partially so that I can go and, like, write. I can feel more comfortable writing my fanfic tomorrow. Because I put off writing my fanfic for a little bit because new event in Limbus, and I'm like, every single one, I'm like, this one could be the one where something pops up that completely changes the path of, like, what I feel like my story will be capable of doing. Ah! Or I could get new ideas and, you know. Of course, if we had a consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No! I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. The LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department. Okay. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait! I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was one thing that flamed my passion. But with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by a department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Oh. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried, really, him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Same active ingredient that's in that vapor rub stuff, if you've heard of that. Numbs the throat, doesn't cure anything but helps the symptoms. There's multiple brands and they're usually available in loads of places like drugstores, even grocery stores and gas stations. Okay. I'll look into it then. Possibly, like, try to grab some tomorrow for, like, tomorrow's stream. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Okay, Fishmill. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. I freaking just, every time, Ishmael's just like, look, all I want is for you to read the manual. And they never do. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Meanwhile, Ryoshu doesn't remember everything that happened because she freaking used the sword. Which is now the ego, which now is carried in the ego of her alive? Dead? Something? Daughter? Her daughter that got cut up to pieces. Yeah. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote. He was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. There's some things like the Hull's vitamin C ones that don't actually have methyl, the active ingredient in them, absurd as that is. Huh. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Oh right, Faust was having the conversation. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? Probably. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Senna Ryoshu. A matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. What kind of assistance is Blockhead? Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? Interpreted. Maybe not super intelligible, but still, yeah. It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she did just snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. Let's find out after the ad break. Yeah. I spent too much time just freaking. Do-do-do-do-do. Making sure I mess with people. Wah 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 wah. Yeah. Okay, advertisements are done. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Oh no! Oh, we're gonna get freaking Dawn as our interpreter? Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote and a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I've much more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You're to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. Oh my gosh. I have not yet concluded my exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. They are asking what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling, in the present circumstance, is a welcome one. It was simply... Hang on. Voices. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow had become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, Manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deemed that 2 of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you're the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA! House of Spiders right away. You have assistant enough. HOSRA. Perhaps you could help, Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. Are we gonna bring Gregor? One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. Okay. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spectre. Middle apprentice, middle apprentice, middle apprentice. Yay! Kira, she has regained consciousness. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Please tell me she's part of Limbus Company now. Please tell me she's working with us. More Limbus Company people for us to fall in love with, and we will hopefully not die. Like, freaking, you know. I'm still salty about Yuri, but then again, so is most of the fan base. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. That would make sense. Yeah, Kira was the middle apprentice of the middle nurse father. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. What? What? Wait. What? You have the capability to regrow her entire... What? I'm gonna have to think about this. Oh dear, that like, I knew you could replace limbs with prosthetics and you could, like, restore some lost body parts, but the entire half of the body. Okay. Please give me information. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicines and chemicals. Carol was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Oh, massive scar. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the center sheared vision. So you do have arms. That's a little bit odd for me to say. But during, like, the entirety of Chapter 9, her arms were covered in chains, such that it was kind of hard to tell if she actually had 4 arms or if they were just chains. She was captured alive for the extraction of information. Yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever asked for something to pass the time. Ooh, prisoner, Kira. Ooh. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, unperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is a result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half the current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Oh, frick. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prick and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out, anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipated some form of corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. When I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. So a quick reminder to people, anyone who's coming by. Kira is Middle Apprentice, which, as I've learned from reading through the Ishmael identity of Middle Apprentice, and after going through Chapter 9, we learned that the apprentices weren't afforded full membership of their syndicates. Kira isn't technically a member of the Middle. She has Middle replica tattoos, but she's not considered a member of the Middle. An apprentice only. Just someone who could become a member of the Middle, but she never got the chance. So, why do I bring this up? Easy. She can leave. Most people in the Middle cannot leave the Middle. But because of her unique position, she could probably leave. Her biggest tie directly to the Middle was Matthias, the Middle nurse father. He wasn't here anymore. So, the other thing I can also bring up is that the Middle's not going to come for her. Being part of the House of Spiders was basically just like the individual just syndicates don't care about you. Except for maybe the ring, it appears. I don't know. My own personal theory about like why the ring cares is simply a factor of like the House of Spiders probably connects directly to their corridor if it isn't like, you know, inside the corridor itself that the ring uses to get around and manage go anywhere they want. Which is, you know, somebody else had access to the House of Spiders, that puts one of their big things at risk, so they're kind of, they probably would care. Corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are y'all? The heck are y'all on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium and harvest your brain and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Ah. Sorry, I just got distracted. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying. You know that, mister? Hohenheim hates your guts, Kara. I hope you know that. You killed a lot of, like, his, like, probably his friends, so, yeah. The feeling is entirely mutual. Aha! Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. Fair enough. Damn it, I'm being distracted by... I'm watching a different stream in the background. I occasionally glance over. It's just, you know, I try to keep viewer numbers of, like, friends up because I like it. And... yeah. Regardless, I'm going to pay more attention to this. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? Oh, this is interesting. Okay. I'm gonna say this. Just personally speaking. I think it would be so much more fascinating if Ryoshi were to have this moment and this conversation with the Pinky Apprentice. Because, as we learned during Chapter 9, the Pinky Apprentice wasn't apprenticed to Ryoshu's, like, biological mother, but was apprenticed to her daughter. And it's just like... that... there's so much there, and the character is just dead. It's just... oh... I don't know, it's just... There's so much possibility there, and it's just nope. It's like, okay, actually, a little bit of a side rant here. I want to know, did the Pinky Apprentice know that his master was Araya? Oh heck, he's a company. Oh heck, he's a demon? Hang on. Did the Pinky Apprentice know that, like, know about his master's, like, whole time displacement? Was the Pinky Apprentice aware of, like, the biological relationship between Ryoshu and Araya? Like, how did the Pinky Apprentice come to meet Araya? It's like there's so much there. Just, Cloud magic send a heal spell? Oh, absolutely. Give me a second. There we go. There's your magic spell. It's healed. It heals you. Just a little bit. Anyways, back to this. I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Ha! Family. Coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker, Matthias. Was a GB, great brother. Only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment from me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the same thing, ST, for the bowl cut too. Same case? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be that thou dost harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ. Or I'll SYNC right this instant. Choose quickly or I'll slice your neck clean. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly. Oh. Or I'll snap your neck completely. Oh, it's different. And it's also not slice. Interesting. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. Huh. This is so crappy. Whatever. I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked? Fixers that go on in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, SYNC? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. That's it. Half her tattoos are gone. Fuck. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for the stray that she'd bite us? I didn't even notice that the book was gone. Huh. Besides... no. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Limbus Company as a whole, maybe. Limbus Company bus team, no. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come. You'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it! Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. That makes sense, yeah. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Okay, so we have Dawn and Ryoshi, which, I mean, Ryoshi makes sense, but Dawn? Oh dear. Wayfair. Enemy info, we don't know. I'm not going to take a look at the clear statistics. You know, severed thread. We cannot deploy Gregor. Frick.
나를 점
Okay.
찍었다면
But I
벽에
think
맞는 조언도
this
함께
is the
준비하도록.
general team I'm going to work with for now. Level 59.
의뢰.
120번 홍로. 100.
자, 풀 뜯을 시간이다.
It's going to tell me you're a little bit
잘못
below.
잡지
Oh,
않도록 최선을
I'm not
다할게요.
underleveled? My average level is... Okay. Oh. Interesting. I do wonder why the focus on the ring, though. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Nabbit, give me a quick second. Sorry about that. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Are they the wannabe W Corp? Oh no. I have issues. Yeah. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. Something's bothering me. It's fine. Seems our introductions are in order for both sides. This is Team Leader Alan from Wayfarer Company. He'll be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Huh. Ah, I remember that company vying to take W Corp's place, right? Same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. This is gonna be... What the frick? public. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed, anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. That is the wrong voice for that face. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this Oh no! Oh. Our requests and our words are being directly misinterpreted. Oh, that's horrifying. Okay. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are of Oh my god. Ah! The freak? And just like that, Faust has completely and utterly nullified any and all input that we can give to Ellen. It is completely gone. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Ellen had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question, while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the Monolith Cells project. The credit was attributed to the LCP at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kiro with a pointed look. Though Kiro responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area. The back streets? Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. Uh-oh. What? That's literally all I've got. For real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Ugh. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Her tattoos did get removed, and those are performance-enhancing tattoos. So, It does make a relative kind of sense that she wouldn't be as fast. But still, what the heck? Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell is wrong with... As Kiro reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. And just like that. Okay. Team Leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. I'm just... How the frick do I give off the, like, just kind of slightly off-kilter in a way too calm way of Ellen? I don't want to go too sweet, but I don't know. Just quick. Alan seems like a corporate tool. That's what I'm gonna say. And I constantly think of like the HR, oh, it's perfectly fine. You're gonna be fine. You're just gonna be paid less wages. I don't care if you're gonna like die. That's okay. You'll still be at the work, right? There's that kind of off, but that's not the impression I get from Alan. And I'm leaning a little more towards like the, yes, I have done the thing. Now do the next thing. It's like, come on. Just to be a little bit kind, a little bit kinder than that, but such that it's out of place, I guess. How the frick? My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. No, that's a little bit too. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. Okay. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Oh, frick. Let us resume the task at hand. Sinner Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But H and I, where they actually have no idea where they actually lead. It's all blurry. It seems that that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer's company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright, then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? Is that off-kilter enough? I don't know how the frick do I... I am scrambling without the Korean voice actors to just give backing. We'll start with the one scenario she mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the floor. And soon, an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? This is some kind of wildlife exhibit? Oh. This is the Fauvism part of the ring, isn't it? Also, what the heck is up with the rafters? Like, I am... Why is that throwing me? Why is that throwing me? What the frick? I thought there'd be roof, but it's just empty. But what the frick? I've seen real life places like that. What? I've played video games with that kind of thing in there, like Persona 5 even. Highlight. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I can make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. Just got home. Yay! It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence. But it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The skill is just insane! That's the whale from 8 Association Great Lake! Special issue! What? They have a whale? They have a whale? Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, Sigurd real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? Me just being like... I think about this regularly. In my personal fanfic, which takes place in U-Corp, do I include the Indigo Elder? And the answer is no. How the frick do I power skill the Indigo Elder with everything? Like, I make it work by having it, like, separate mostly from, like, whales. I just go on mermaids and all that stuff with occasional, like, reference to males, but it's whales, mostly mermaids. It's just, if I brought in the Indigo Elder, I'd just be like, ah, yes. I don't know how, like, several parts of the story would happen. But yeah. Okay. Anyways. It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified. Outskirts born. Okay. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're... not. Duh. Though Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. What? Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Ugh. Still, looks crazy sick, though. The vibe really hits. Oh, shoot. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horned display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Yes, Don? Don Quixote? Oh! 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 Oh no! Oh! The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the well was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention. The body part. Hi, Trashy. Hi, Trashy. Hang on a second. Hello. We are looking at the gruesome art exhibit. Anyways, hello, Raiders. Welcome, he, she's, fays, zays, and all others to Celestial Circus. I'm your ringmaster, the Celestial Clown. And right now, we're looking at art exhibits inside of my favorite gacha, Limbus company. You know, Trashy, let me give you a shout out because you deserve all the love in the world. Make sure to go follow Trashy. I already am. And you just got the shimmy. Make sure to eat, drink, rest, and be merry. Anyways. Dagnabbit. I have to read this, but you gotta go to bed. Okay, good night, Trashy. Thank you for raiding. I gotta read out something vaguely terrifying to raiders. Ah, frick. Okay. Ahem. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. Oof. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably main studio, at that, which comes with the maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission. Uh-oh. Numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. No! We are fighting the ring. Okay. What the frick is this? Oh. Someone heard about furries and said, let's take that to an extreme. Also, holy cow, this music. Woo! Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. Uh-oh.
It's presents. Kinda like Papa's.
Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution. Oh no. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. Uh-oh. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. Oh no. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling, fallen from our parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you'd fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell? You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right! Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. It doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven. unlike your nurse fathers. Shh. Don't presume. I only remember you because the ductility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. What the frick is AW? At first glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. Yep. That lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim! The lockdown sequence! Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an incensed glare, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. What? Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Oh! Plan A is to release the creature. Okay. Instead. Yes. Okay. Just to, like, get people caught up at least a little bit if you've never seen Limbus Company. Just know that we are in pretty much a gang's established art exhibit. Don Quixote is a creature, and we do mean creature as in silly creature that like the community loves to run with, and also, oh god, run for your life creature. So, yay! Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. Ah! Okay. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Yoshi's blade. Orayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. Freaking okay. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed? Faust is right. Xie and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Orayashiki. Don Quixote's is the kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT sure about this or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Liu Hung, and do as you did in Heathcliff's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonant with the Golden Bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some tangible ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight. If possible, A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Rayashiki makes it worth the cost. Psh, if you want the taste. Oh. Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. Right. What's the matter? How... The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Rayashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? Nope. Her daughter is keeping it sheathed. The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the 6 skills. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. Hee 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 hee. Well, in a little bit, I guess. Twitch is still telling me 30 seconds of ads. Yeah. We'll deal with that. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw. Thank you for observing and imagining, right? And the jaw, bound not by bone, but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. Well, what the hell was that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside! The attack from the Eagle Gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow, hi, shit, was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her steel-steeled blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit! This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha! You must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? If I know, I'm already regretting it, right? Damn it. They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Ugh! Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now! Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Renoir's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel! Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers had displayed through the ages! Hi, Dawn. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed in the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Oh. Ready to initiate the knockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door! Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Good thing Limbus Company are a bunch of fools. Let's go. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking? Diving in like that. You, don't just stand there. Get over here now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You, TTM, want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking Maisho's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners, who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the Maisho could cross over. Oh, thank goodness. Bull cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Carol would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Autis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and where... Why the frick did I feel the need to salute there? Eh? Oh, hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Oh, you're eating centers, too bad. Everyone to me. Right. Gonna pull in the spirits and facsimiles of the sinners.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은
Through the
전부
broken
보고서로
Malkuth power.
전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체
An
어떤
imperfect glimpse
사람들인지
of the
다들
power that shall reign
궁금했어요.
over the kingdom.
요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을
Anyways.
가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
Yeah, whatever. Let's take a look at Kira. Level 65, so 5 levels above our current level cap. Let's see. Time for some warm-up. Target has... Well, okay, she works on Burn and Bleed, which makes sense. That's what the Ishmael version of her identity works too. Ha! Middle-styled... The middle-styled augmentation tattoo. The middle-styled is crossed out. Oh... Oh, that's kind of funny. See, Violet Breaking Slam. Ha! The middle grudge, but the middle's crossed out too, so it's just grudge. Oh, no longer a part of the middle. I'll get you back for this. Okay, let's see. Pervert is a panic type. I'm just looking for any, like, story details, but, like, the story detail I saw was just the, like, the middle's crossed out on our stuff. Ooh, but 5 red coins. Nice. Let's take a look at the enemies. Impulsive, fulvous student of the ring. School Fascism, the ring. Oh, right. You're associated with... House of Spiders is crossed out too, and the middle's crossed out too. And so the only association remaining is LCE? Oh, the fingers is crossed out. Yeah, it's just LCE? Okay, but let's see. You have Wild Stroke. Mold-colored Rouge. Okay, so anyone hit while they have mold-colored Rouge will get Blade, will get Bleed. And they've got defense level down. Okay, Bleed and Sinking. Anything else? See, no other special effects. They have a clashable counter. For rating if target does not bleed, inflict +3 bleed count. Oh. You force them to have bleed, okay. Gain 1 attack power up next turn for every 4 mold-colored rouge inflicted. On hit with the skill inflicts, like, okay, so we don't want you to hit us. The first step is always but a single animal. And with every quest for art and verity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. When this unit or an ally is hit, gain 1 offense level up. Okay, you're gonna have a lot of offense level up overall. Unit is killed. Inflict. Oh my gosh, what the frick? I fight you when you're gonna. You're gonna harm me more as I fight you. Okay. And you have intense primary color blue. So it's the same, but for blue, and then mold color blue is like. Yep. But rather than attack power down, it's like, yeah. Oh. If the middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation, does that make the ring tattoos more brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? Interesting. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism, yes. But a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents the unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Okay. Anyway, let's fight. See, if I remember correctly, I want to have a variety of different, like... Yeah, that's the reason I did this particular team, is to have a variety of different effects on the enemies so that eventually, like, Ring Favis Docent Rhodia would end up being able to, like, have special, like, versions of her skills go off.
Yeah. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Yelling out your attack name.
태어난
Just like Don Quixote over there.
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
So yeah. Also, shadow over the eyes for Mersault and such because they're not actually here.
외워야 할 관리법과 대상
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
Also, freaking
그중 제일
Pointless.
뛰어난 게 검이었고.
pointless Dowdist. Okay. See, I kind of want to see if the... Like, do you have 6 unique, like... No, you have 3 unique effects on. So don't do Rhodia's special thing yet. Rah!
훌륭하고 이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없고.
I mean, a few of them are getting several negative status effects, which is exactly what I want. That's what I'm looking for. Just throw as many negative status effects as I can, and then see if that triggers Rhodia's like special attack.
이제 실수에선 벗어났나?
Because I think that's how the description of like her skill 3 was. Like, replaces her skill 3 with a special one if they have enough negative effects.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지
Let's
끌어올렸던 실험
see.
데이터보다
Who are you
산출값이
attacking?
좋네요.
ICA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과
Let's
다르게
see. 1, 2,
이건 쓸
3,
수
4,
있겠어.
5.
인지의
5!
데이터를 얻었군.
You're... 5. Just 5, not... not 6. Okay, I've seen the issue with this Rhodia identity.
저렇게나?
밀어붙이려면 지금이야. 승리가 눈앞에
I'm
있거든.
trying to get the special effect off, and it's just... It's not turning out well. It's like getting 6 unique special, like, negative effects. Most of the enemies just die before that becomes a consideration.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께
Okay.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
Please let me out and see them. Oh, but Don Quixote's gonna kill with magical girl powers. Okay,
알리사가 감도를 93%까지
this is the only
끌어올렸던
one who has a
시험
special
데이터가
thing.
상실값이 좋네요.
LCA나
And Rhodia's all the way at the end, which means
부정상값과 다르게
Rhodia's not gonna.
이건 쓸 수 있겠어.
Dang it.
양질의
Okay, fine,
데이터를
whatever.
얻었군.
That's just gonna be the entire stream today, isn't it? I'm gonna be spending the entire stream trying to find SpongeBob. I can feel it now. I can predict.
다들
I am gonna be trying to get that special effect off the entire time. And failing.
잠깐만요. 그럼 이번 주도 쉽게 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
가면
Deck of it.
형태 분분 확인.
Well, at least I'm winning relatively
위대한 일격을
simply.
기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
I hit the funny win rate button. Haha!
방심했군.
Yay.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
My special
자세히
identities.
틀림은 없군.
So, I guess if anybody's here who hasn't watched Limbus Company before,
올.
all these different
하지만
costumes and such,
슬슬 물리는군.
the identities,
근처에 용수염이라는 군
they are
거래
what you
파는
gotcha
곳이
pull
있나?
for. You don't gotcha pull for characters here. You gotcha pull for like movesets and costumes. Basically. And voice lines. And animations. But the characters, you don't pull new characters. Part of the reason why I like this one. They don't quite hit you as hard with the FOMO. Ah. Yeah. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. There are still cool customs and stuff to chase. Yes, there are. It's awesome. But it's like, I don't know. It's a little bit hard for me to be able to go through and say like, ah, yes, anybody can go play this because, let me think. For the first several seasons, I went through when I never put money into it. So you can make it far if you don't put money into it. But I am biased since I've been playing this since the beginning, and there have been a lot of like extra stuff given for like players to be able to pull stuff. I don't know. It's back and forth. Yeah. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? You would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. Self-destructive? SD? What's that? Same difference. Oh. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. Huh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Favists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridor and back doors have always been the ring's turf, clock. And those Favist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history... freaking... Oh my gosh, what the frick kind of cadence am I giving Alan? Ugh. They must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? They could always rush for its surprise attack, though. Even that Favist Maestro seems to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? Hang on. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. Freaking... This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Don't! That's your daughter! Well, and you don't remember your daughter because you literally cut your memories as you... Yeah. Ryoshi lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint! 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ha! Oh no. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Oh, please. Ryoshi, do you... Is it an SS? Serious situation? Wait. A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? Sorcel sword? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it just sentient sword. Sentient sword! Okay. Okay. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. I'm kind of freaking myself out with how I'm reading Alan's line. Like, exactly the kind of feel I was going for, at least in my head. I don't know if anyone else is getting that feel from how I'm reading. I hope you are, but you might not be. Yeah. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Huh. Okay.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써
Yeah.
목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
I'm gonna quickly check what the rewards are for this.
방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나. 돌아가자.
Identity is up there. Yep. I will have to save up for that one. Yeah. Relics and the sun. Ah! Yeah. Are we gonna get more answers about what's happening with like with Sinclair? Ah! I like this music. Ah! Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider-Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner number 11 sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh, okay. Oh. In other words, Sinclair called a version of himself from the future who was badass and we want to know how to replicate it. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged them off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? When Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Gosh. I'm just thinking about the fact that to like outside observers, this is a bunch of word salad. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. Okay, we're waiting an hour. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. Yoshu, your daughter's calling. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. Oh my gosh. Are we actually gonna go through and say that is Araya? That Araya manifested ego, manifested sword around, like a scabbard around the sword that was cutting apart Yoshi's memories, and that's now basically her? It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you'll want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair, then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Oh. Vespa's not going to be happy. Dawn is. Snack thief. Manager. Ha! Charon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Ferg, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon. Charon, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep. Mode disabled. No, I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request. But may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Oh, which one? What? Oh. What brain rot has Charon gotten into? Vergilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief sign from off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. What little candy I have left on such trivial nonsense. Why is the chance there? What? Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth? Vespa! Wait a minute! I was saving that for later! I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know! Yeah, I still see you gobbling up my share! Ugh! He took my snack too! Verg, kick his ass! Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. Chill. That's toast being agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. Rick. Rick. No. No! You can't keep doing that to me with this phrase! You can't keep getting away with this! It's not even in the city anymore. The lines on Vergilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Don't do that! Hang on, don't introduce the phrase! Right. Okay. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there are more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical examples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to the subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then? Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. That does seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fair would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sun maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No! I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think? So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. No, wait, what? Yeah, and, I had to fill some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that placid old geezer, right? Not just that. He was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? Yes, the glowing ring thing. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Answers? Answers? Finally? Finally it can stop being speculation from people? And people saying this is how it is, but we don't actually know? please? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes it real tough's one part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? Don't know. Could be a secret finger thing that passed down to the members. Technique, gift, something like that. Look at it. That black colony leader, that Lu Hong prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. Whole lot of them's finger, aren't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there are those who came to wield it. And Vergilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it. Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Vergilius and Vespa. Yeah? I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. Ah! Okay. Please tell me more. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. Of course, it's a matter of expense for you. Okay. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really. Spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? Bro is really popping off with it. Straight up oral farmed with shiny mung wrapped around the weapon. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Video tape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Meppy, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me! When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Aldous cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent, like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we can make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. Who among the sinners could wield Shin? I don't know if any of them have reached a point of character development where I'll say they can do it. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Huh? Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses the harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yuseng's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. But why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Because of the checkup rankings where you were considered the weakest out of everyone? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Oh, even so, it would be a mistake to assume its power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Oh! Interesting. Okay. So that's gonna be the deciding factor. Ah. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Okay. Shame that would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mong. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Most likely he couldn't, but you know. Ha! It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's response always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I did it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable. Frick. Okay, I need water. Frick, okay. Ahem. Don't get comfortable, because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you'll be the one who pays the price. Freaking Vergilius' voice. There's nothing about Vergilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. What do I think of Wackly MILF outfit? Let me think. Also, I'm being booped. Ah! As far as Wackly MILF outfit goes, I think you'd have to just say, give Wackly a MILF body, but with the tie and the jacket. I think that's what the MILF outfit would have to be. Otherwise, what the heck is a MILF outfit? Like, seriously. But yeah, it'd be less a MILF outfit and more a MILF body. Which, just gonna throw this out here. I'm not saying that as a kinky thing. I'm saying that as like a intellectually thinking about the possibility of the words MILF outfits. Okay. I think it'd be funny as a bit. Like, if I'm being serious about it. Or like, if Wackley were to do something like that. I think it'd be good as a temporary bit, but relying on it too heavily would, like, bring in the kind of crowd that wants consistently sexy things. And that's not his branding. That's not even close. I've incorporated, like, sometimes being sexy for silly, like, into my branding, but that's definitely not his. Anyway. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened at OCE. What about me in the maid outfit? It would absolutely work if I had the money to buy, like, to pay someone to make it. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. Just glue Wackley's maid outfit on my model? There'd have to be a better bit than that. I think. Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe. Renketsuin. Ahem. To present the conclusion first, no. The notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. Yeah, freaking, we don't know what Araya is right now. Dead, alive, in between, we don't know. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technologies and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Oh. There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. So there is a chance. It's nigh impossible, but it's still there. 1 in a trillion. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshi's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes. Further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the Ring Nurse Father's quarters. That will be all. No, not Alan. Don't bring back Alan. No! Not Alan! Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright, then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching up food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. Ha! But going by the way their forks had long stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry, I forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira, too. The prisoner of war, executive manager. We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Aldous with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Ah, she's getting along with people. We're gonna have a new friend who can be killed mercilessly later. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the rings corridor. That was a close call. Outis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. But first, advertisements. Wow. knew I could rely on you, Altus. Heh. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Altus, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Altus. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that? Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. Probably don't need me to come along, then? I guess you could just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. You weren't taking that ability for granted too much, Dante. For now, I should go see Alan again. No, not Alan! I don't like Alan! I don't like Alan! Yeah! Yeah! Saru, clear with intenders. Wait, did I clear the other one? Let's see. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I can tell it because it's green. It's green if I cleared the EX. It's yellow if I didn't. So... I still want to know what the frick is going on with Gregor.
채워지지 않을 공허를 남겨주지.
I want to see Gregor again. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Holy cow. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? No, what she means is that she was withholding more information. She didn't tell you everything. Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned... whatever it was. Canned ice cream. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle? Papa would go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by some subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright, then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. Alan, no! As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. To start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say those are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to do, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Ah. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay. This one, yeah? Here we go. Patient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is? Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. What do you mean we just wandered into a nest? What the frick? I was thought walking here, was dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, the past Yoshi mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh! Oh! Right, freaking... Oh. Oh, frick. Why? Why? It's... Oh, the freaking... Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Oh my gosh. There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there's connected to a park. We could go right now. Oh. Ryoshi's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Fairly. Such gentleness does seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. A clock. Who said he could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, her memory seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Daiyu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kind of fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal! How could such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? OC. It was me. Freaking... I could probably use that phrase. OC, it was me. Yeah. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. Oh! And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in sorrow's voice with every swing. Ew! No way! I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No. He didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. What the... Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. Right nut of that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they stared at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hand. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that odd thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things they called artworks were all so cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers. So maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that. But yeah, the stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there are some facets that suited my taste. How fun is to feel in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. No, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it. That bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for it. The scabbard moved, and Myoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares. In the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks, covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Oh no. No, wait a second. Please tell me that Saru isn't there? Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Oh, it's a memory of Araya, but Araya's been, like... Oh, this is kind of cool, actually. It's like Araya's been cut out of the frame. Mommy? What's wrong? Over there! Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. Huh. It would. Do not mess with Mama Bear. Ugh. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. I just realized what this is. This is Ryoshu coming to terms with what she should be grieving. That's what this Intervallo is, isn't it? Huh. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're What the? How'd they get in here? No, frick. Well, we're gonna fight. Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Oh yeah, they're trying to take everything out of the gallery. Those ring assailants from before? Dost thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route. Another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does this artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effects? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Oh, I get it. So it's like, after an artist dies, their last few pieces of art are held in higher esteem because they can't make any more. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage, connected to my name on their description plaques, pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LTE personnel stationed here. Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Aldous is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Uh-oh. So the ring people are just kind of here to like fill in the in-between moments. I could probably just get away with like, I'm gonna win rate at first. but I still want to see if I can get like
아니면 엄마처럼
the Rodia identity. No, I'm probably not getting the Rodia identity thing going. Yeah.
좋다. 좋아.
Okay.
정하지.
짜증나게.
So, Wayfair Corporation. Well, Wayfair Company. I think, like,
관리자의 지휘
it
성향을
kind of makes
고려하면
sense,
이제
actually.
행동불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
We deal with
여길 보면
we deal with an
여기가
abnormality,
생겼을
like
때
an
다른 상대의
abnormality
진단하는 지표가
in the back. Well, in the back door. I almost called them the back streets and then the back rooms. But we've seen an abnormality, wayward passenger,
다들
that is directly
첫
related
여정을
to
시작했을
W
때보다
Corp.
정말
So
강해지셨네요.
having that kind of
매일
like
보아하는데도 지금
relate on a name basis, you know, wayward passenger, Wayfair company. It's like it's similar enough, I think.
이제 실수에서 벗어났나?
So I do think it
나쁘지
works. It's just yeah.
속삭.
Also, I'm just thinking about the fact that like
최고의 선택이었어.
we're basically just thinking of
관리자.
Yoshi Scabbard as Araya, but it's not. Araya's well. Let's see. You have 6 different. You have 4. Yeah, dang it. Okay.
만만찮겠군.
Araya is. It's hard to say alive or dead. Because Araya is forgotten, excised from history. It's like. That's kind of hard to.
정의 이름으로 이륙.
So we're trying to just, like, get Ryoshi to remember, like, Araya enough to actually be able to grieve her, I think.
여전히 그
아.
끝이 보이지 않을 만큼
Let's
멀고
see. Do you have enough?
또 멀고.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aha! We finally get to see the special thing if it gets to Rodia's turn.
우리 하지. 이륙.
We might kill him too soon, but let's hope. Let's hope.
당신
Yes! There we go. Special Rodia skill. We got it. Yes! Wow. Yeah!
정의 이름으로 이륙.
That did a lot of damage as well. That
이렇게
was
정하면
mass attack. That did a punch.
아이씨 짜증나게.
Oh, frick. Yeah. Mouse is about to die. Just too much fire.
바이올렛.
I haven't been paying attention to that because that's the problem with that identity. Oh, yep, there you go. She's about to explode.
속으로.
Hi, Faust.
적확한 한압이었어.
Oh.
순간의 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 해고해야 하지 않겠는가?
What did that do? Mold color. La Phasme Mastelou. Minimax speed +1, inflicts more bleed and sinking potency. A target has 3 plus mold, but yeah, okay. That seems pretty standard. It's just make them hurt even more. Okay.
악은 이렇게 정화되었다.
I just find this fascinating. Just just
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
I just
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
the game going through and saying, hey,
특별히
돌아가라. 무타퍼
impossible for Orion to be brought back. It's just like
완성. 돌아가면 의견을 나누지.
올.
it's just
하지만 슬슬
it's
물리는
sad. It's so freaking
근처에
sad. It's
린세연이라는
just
군 거를 판
Yeah.
적 있나?
Ryoshi's entire purpose for going back was
이건
for going to the House of Spiders was to save Araya, and Araya said, and now we're just here. And we're helping Ryoshu learn what she lost and grieve. But she doesn't remember enough to grieve yet. It's what the frick? Anyways, with this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshi kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. And I'm also getting a different set from this as well. Just like, to put it, I hear barking. Yeah. I should probably take care of my dog. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just gonna... Yeah. I'll be back in a second. Hi, I have come back. I'm currently cuddling my dog a bit. And she wanted off my lap and she's like sniffing around now. You might want to go outside for a second. Everyone, wanna sleep? Okay, figured it out. Anyways, the other thing I'm also thinking about with Ryoshu is just that this Intervallo is kind of also... It's the moment after where the abusive situation she was in, the abusive parenting, it is... Thank you. It is over. The people who perpetrated it are gone. She broke the cycle. She didn't... Well, she kind of did, like, hurt her kid a punch. But then Araya broke the cycle too, and now it's just... Ryoshu's just sitting here, having to pick up the pieces. And what makes it even worse is just that she's just... She can't even remember all the pieces. What the frick? Right. But where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? One just first wave. Had more of the side legging it in from the back like they'd been looking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? Picking up only some of the pieces, one could say, yeah. The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with the batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh, and now we're going right into like, Kira, oh no. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here haven't wrapped up. Oh, I'm sorry, Kira. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Wait. Is Wayfarer Company trying to take over the corridor? Take over it from the ring? Because I'm not sure the ring would be happy about that, but... Huh. Like, the identity with, like, Rhodia suggested that the ring has been finding more Wayfarer people in their corridor. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places care enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. This is so fascinating. All of it.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
Oh, look at that. We're 1/3 of the way through.
돌아가지.
Yay! 2 out of 24. Yeah, I'm far away from getting the identity, but hey. School. Ba-da, ba-da. Ah! There it is. Give me a second. Let's see. Did we pick it up? We picked up 2 of the okay, fine. I can grind out the identity later, but for now, let's see about getting everyone up to speed. Okay. This should be able to help get, like, you up relatively. Then I could throw in, like, the Ishmael identity I have on this team at the moment. And get the Honglu identity a little bit higher. Now when I go back in, I'm probably going to get, like, average 59 rather than 58. Oh, yeah, there it is. Average 59 rather than 58. Wants me to get 60. That's okay. Everyone in the front is level 60, as well as 8 and 9 are level 60. Level 10 is level 58 though.
전원
But
집합.
overall,
이번 작품에 대해
I
논의할
don't think the
시간이다.
level difference is gonna be... The heck? It's like everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fretch not! I aspire to the half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I'd held many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch too. Oh, yeah, that would suck. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those LTE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. Give me a quick second. I've done a get scoop nerd. I've done a get scoop nerd on my dog. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Oh. Yeah? Ada seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? Never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect S-Corp. Oh, dang. And that one reinforces steel. That one leads to V-Corp. Back streets, where... V-Corp. Okay. Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had access to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for cooperation. What happened to the background? Until there's just one back door left to open. I know there isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but... since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Oh. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. Ah. I see. So, you find safe paths, but everyone else has to... Right, okay. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. As their operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rebels from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions. Just in case. Yikes. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seeing too much to be faced by most horrors. Ah. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then. Let's take a look at the last door. It's a door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Akira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. Oh. Frick! We're at U-Corp! Panic! Ah! This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray warship. Ah, frick, I need to be taking notes! Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon du Below. The private hair salon. The private hair salon. Oh gosh. We're back to the hair salon. Oh gosh. Wait a second. Are we gonna fight? It's. Oh no. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Woo! Does it signify then that we shall finally be made an audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most delicious? Look, quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous ass back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band had severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Oh, bugger it. Yes! I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? Before regulars at that Willow place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor and he'd make loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so what are we napping about all excited? Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause, like a bike tripping over a ledge. Face fell, she lowered a gaze and scuffed a palatable array. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Kira, you're gonna manifest Mong, aren't you? You're gonna figure out how to do it. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that anesthetic BC. Bowl cut? The hair? The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Yes! I called it. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how to shorten these things. Ah! She's so smug. For some reason, Ryoshi seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Oh, because it reminds her of Araya! Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshi's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. Oh. Not sure why, but we're back with this music! This music that played during Ishmael's chapter in U-Corp. Something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. Yep. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. Nope, she does it because it reminds her of a kid, but now she can't even remember anymore. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer in hindwards at the interests of the family. Oh. You're remembering your dad. Yeah. I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know these things if I want to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. Oh. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man. At least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. What the fuck? Okay. But one day, I realized that he'd never Nabbit. Okay, just... One day, I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, they'll see it? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed their perception of that man? That... I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Was it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. That memory was cut out, wasn't it? Bias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshi's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There isn't a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Wait, that kind of makes more sense! Yeah! Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ryoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. What? Ah! Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. That makes sense. We are looking into her memories without asking. And we did push it that time, yeah. But what was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. Oh, that's fair too. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Then, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you'd wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education that you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rhiannon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish a spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. And Rian just freaking checking. Rian just has to check. Okay. What does God say about this? What does the prescript say? Okay, I have to follow it to the left. It's like, yeah. The prescripts, the proofs. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course, I would. When all we ever did was nod along to lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pin cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporate techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't care what the point of the slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in the book. I'm more excited to learn about Cupid's technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow because you guys are bad at it. What? You mad because your daddy's a lame corporate? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reference or attachment to family, like Matthias did, either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. That's all. Oh, yeah, fair, I guess. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids, and all that. I'm home, Dad. Oi, buddy! You're home early? Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. Oh, frick. You went and murdered those kids, didn't you? I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there, with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the bill doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, I mean, he did what he did in the end. Oh, frick. Huh? Haha, there you are, Yoshihide. It's class starting already. My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. He's keeping Wuthering Heights was adopted and not integrated situation. Same way in Limbus Company. Well, as for the crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for ya. As for the structures, well, anyone would agree that they did one solid job of keeping these packs under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading, they clearly don't got much use for what's sitting on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he! Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I've eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. Hitting the snooze button on the ads because this needs to keep going. But I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about... I don't remember what, but I do know that I can never stop thinking about my room. Yep, Araya was there, so whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshi recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. Oh my gosh! Oh, Heathcliff relates so hard, but in a much different way than Ryoshi. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the Golden Bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh, yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like he wanted and even got angry at your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Yep, there it is! Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Ugh. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gotta get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you! That ain't it! Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. Yeah! Damn it, they're everywhere! Farmers, aren't they? They found us. It would not be hard to find a field branch of the ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the father's skill. However, various evidence, such as the mask, and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they're on the same tack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle of protected turf. Call the scene and bros and sisters in the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Yeah, we already have the middle coming after us for other reasons. Sounds like you got a GI. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Oh, good idea. That's what GI was. Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait, that door leads to a zone under a syndicate or wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Faubus began rushing in through the open door. But they would have to wait, because advertisements were playing. Yay! I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지
get them.
않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아오.
Wonder how it is for you. Will you return safely, or are you all liars? You like
아니면
mom.
엄마처럼
Whenever mom would head to work,
거짓말
that sort of was possible. Interesting.
1, 2는
You get the
이겼다.
middle music despite the fact they're fighting the ring. Well, okay. Rah. Heck. Wow. I feel bad for the sinners because they're just like, yeah, they're just here. They're forced to be here. They were resting, but nah, you don't get a rest.
타올라.
We will never allow you to. Wow.
그림은 완성. 빠르게 치라도.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
Wow.
좋아. 한번 전략이 있으냐? 계속 밀어붙이자.
Wow.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동 불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
사고될 시간이다.
아니,
잔
여길 보면
후에
게임과 상대 속에 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 직구가
So, I do want to say this right now. Something that's been going on in the Limbus company community is people are like, ah, yes, Matthias trashed the reputation in the middle and all that stuff. I'm just like, and they're like, oh, it's just Matthias. It's like, he got kicked out for a reason, all that stuff. First of all, the idea that any of the syndicates would be good to work under,
삼촌들이랑
No?
말도 섞여 있는지
but putting that aside,
외부 강사들 손가락 안에
Hey, well,
성공기를 벗어났는데요?
방심해.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고
더
It's
대단한
just-
기술이
유사 실험 기록이
매번
있다면
엄마에게
따로 전수해 줄게.
the middle, if they were better, if they had the reputation that the community seemed to give them, they wouldn't have completely, like, left Rika to die, basically. They wouldn't have taken away her book, they wouldn't have taken away her tattoos.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞여
Fancy.
있는지. 그 외부
1,
강사들
2는 이겼다.
But they
손가락
did.
안에서도
And I'm just like, yeah.
수학자들이었을 거야. 너희가
Their definition of family is
혹은 더
limited.
대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
나쁘지 않고.
Something that I've seen the Limbus company community almost seem to make light of, just like, they're like, oh yeah, you could probably just join the middle and stuff like that.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
You would not. I don't know exactly how you would join the middle though. That's information I don't have. I think we roughly know how you join other syndicates though. We don't know how you join the PG. Also don't know how you join the Thumb. But joining the Index is relatively simple. Like, getting up in the Index is ridiculously hard, but
쟤네 완전 수백 쏘는 놈들처럼
joining the Index is basically you go out, you search out a messenger, and you accept the prescript.
첫 여정을 시작했을
It's just-
때보다 강해지셨네요.
You will find one that's impossible to
매일
follow, and you might get
보아하는
killed because of it.
지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Let me see. What else is there? The ring? is also one
지금처럼
of the
엄마와 함께
easier to
이곳저곳을
join.
다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서
Out
가장
of all the
멋진 곳에
syndicates, the ring
나를
is also one
데려갈
of the
수
easier
있게.
ones to join. But it's just like getting up there.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을
difficult.
보나 했더니 벌써 목
If I remember
애를
correctly,
전부
with the
채워
ring, it's that if you're under the ring's
방지할
protection, you
사고도
start making
해야 할
artwork,
뒤처리도 없나.
and students will go grade your
돌아가지.
artwork. And if your artwork is good enough according to their standards, which are impossible to know fully, then you'll also be considered a student. But technically, everyone who's like making artwork for them as part of the ring is just, you know, it's protection money. Eh. I don't know how you join the middle or the thumb. The pinky actually seems to be like, if you were to join the pinky, it would be like, you'd have to be a better fit for like one of the stars. You know, like Araya took over as the Dihui star. That's probably not how you pronounce that at all, but whatever. But yeah, unless if you have the extreme skill and exact circumstances to be able to replace one of the already existing members of the Pinky, you're probably not joining the Pinky. How do you join the thumb or the middle? Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumbs corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just needed to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expressed interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligent in keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Oh, that would be textbook. That would be like, yeah. Valenciana's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit? Remnants of a desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one for backup ticket hordes. I've marked any doors that need to work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... Okay, so it wasn't textbook, it was Valencia. I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Viscera back at P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Ha! Whoops! Well, I have not been writing them that way, have I? Ha ha! Yeah. Place researchers, I mean, you know, whatever. Understood. We will explore the areas past marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Maybe. Going by the silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady! Get out of my way so I can see! It's a detective! Some stubbly guy I don't know, and That annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu, respectively. We finally get to see Gregor. Hi, Gregor. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Ha ha. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the third time it's occurred. Yep. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. It's funny seeing Moses again after seeing various moments of like seeing how much Limbus company community thirsts after her, specifically for the hips. Yeah, because the hips are wide in art, but in like in fights, it's not. It's just same base character model that everyone else uses. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Oh, they're going over, like, how to handle Gregor if he starts turning into Roach Emperor again. Okay. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. Also, you have a word there. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on. And it's all good and dandy for it, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. Oh my gosh. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? IS? What the frick is IS? Something story. Interesting story about himself. There we go. Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Ha! Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Alice stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening, then. Aldous was right. Damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using the arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step when people began to spiral into self-hatred. stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually, we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners. Even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. Yeah, you were all at each other's throats and started stabbing each other. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest. When that Hohenheim fellow said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless. Weaker than even a non-combatant like the Sang. Made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went, though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on, and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Thus you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. No, that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Autis, and even Valentina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. Yes, absolutely, 100%, yes! When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I'd let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. Same! They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying. And the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. Not same. I've had different experiences. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Oh man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time? Yeah, dropping eaves. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Dante. Yeah. Oh, well. I would have had to share this with Manager Butter or the rest of you fellows sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? T.A. The asshole? Temporary ally. Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Please make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious. Did you guys all see her? You think I just chat up a scary lady like that? Fair. Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh, fair. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys at the end, huh? Yeah. Said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till we died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought it was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long and without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you how to learn about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? But bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Huh. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that director toward you, Senator Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb Nurse Father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit! I almost died out there! Son of a bitch! I fucking fly! Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Tickets? No, not really. Ha! I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Tickets. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? But bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the... Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Huh? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been our years in the smoke war. Oh, it just hit me. It just hit me. Wait, yeah. Yeah, what the frick? Ryoshu as a kid spent time in the time vault. That's right. She could be a lot older than we think. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot, she forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? Oh my gosh, freaking... Roland was up against that one. In Library for Rona. The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. Yep. The common thread is just to make people's lives more difficult. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there, too. But doesn't that mean that back door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, what are we doing? Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. This is either good therapy, horrible trauma, or we're gonna have a massive Roach Emperor fight soon. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? I mean, it was Valentina, like, triggering Gregor's trauma like he was a sleeper agent. It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. Ah. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of N-Corp's psychotherapy centers. What the frick does N-Corp do? Fine, then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed his handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. I am going to laugh so hard if Gregor opens it and on the other side are the freaking rings. It's just gonna be, oh yeah, we have to have a fight here. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Oh dear. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with the G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. Oh, frick. We're bringing back Yuri for this. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Yep, this is all of Gregor's trauma. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday! But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You're nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still... Uh-oh. This is gonna be different, right? There is a battle here, I see it. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, wait a second. It's gonna be the ring and I'm gonna laugh so hard. I'm actually kind of excited. Hang on. Oh! Yes! Ah! Welcome
내 작품
back,
또 보고 싶었나 봐.
Gregor!
연구자에게 자꾸 물리력을 취급하게 하는 건 좋지 않다만.
관리인가.
의뢰.
자,
Welcome back,
불 뜯을
Gregor.
시간이다.
I don't get it.
채워지지 않을 공허를
It's fine. It's
남겨주지.
fine. It's fine. Average level 59 versus average level 60. It's fine. It's fine. But welcome back, Gregor. This place. Yeah? It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking you're about to walk into a war zone or something. Do you recognize this place? Ha. Of course I do. There are just people here and we just walked out of nowhere and they're like, there's just people walked out the door. My last job before Limbus. What? And my desk was over there. Why the frick would Valentina have access to this? Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Ooh, 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 no, and no. Ugh. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire!" And I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Oh my gosh! Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There's an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor! And I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that, commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Oh no. look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? Ha ha ha. That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? Ha ha! What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Ha ha ha. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for our partnership project. Heh. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Oh, really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. For anyone who's a bit confused, by Nepo, they're referring to nepotism, which is basically where a higher up in a company will hire their family members because they're family, not based off of actual skill. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreet Kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. Unfortunately, I know that very well. You've said something like that before, yeah. Yeah? Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I'm gonna laugh so freaking hard when the ring pops out. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former coworker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as the slip spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have dressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. Yay! When we emerged from the door, we saw Aldous facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes. I was told by the Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh, I'm just happy they didn't break through the office for Gregor, but they were waiting here patiently for us. Yay! Oh man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor's not a weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Aldous just in time to see more Favas pouring into the corridor through a different back door. It's exactly like I said. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Ha! Oh. Gregor, it's good to have you back. Good to have you back, Gregor. Oh, frick. Struggling.
하고들 시간이다. 잔무에.
I'm gonna get the thumb music here. At this point, it's kind of funny. Like, just, you know, every so often, it's like, ah, yes. It's the pretty. They're so out of place. Like, for the first battle and maybe the second battle, it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense they're here. We're dealing with the ring part. We're seeing the ring nurse father. But here we are all the way over to the thumb nurse father, and it's like, why are you here now? Like, I get it. The House of Spiders is connected to the corridor of the ring inextricably. And apparently the Wayfarer Company is trying to overtake the corridor and use it for themselves.
저 개차는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격
But
수단을
still,
택했으니 당연한 결과를 취해내고
so out of place.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 거대 같았어.
노력은 가상하지만
사람과 정의.
It's just kind of like, I don't know.
아르카나 빛.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을
에-
때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는데도
They don't really have a relation to everything that's like
지원하지.
that's being talked about in the story.
대체어가 진행하는 정의.
Granted, with what we just talked about with Gregor, very fantastic character development for him. Having a themed appropriate, like,
바이올렛. 브레이크 슬랩.
having a themed moment would probably just be something like, ah yes, and now we're fighting the exact VP.
이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
We're fighting Gregor's old boss.
태어난 곳은
Boop. Oh.
돌아가.
Critical boss was only like level 5 or something.
단 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 왜 썰어버려도 상관없지? 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
I can definitely see why
그 외부 방송이 손가락 안에서도
before
내로라는
like this event
실력자들이었을
release
거야.
they made sure. Do
너희가
you remember the
그랬으면
CEO beast? No, I do not. Please remind me.
매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
나쁘지 않.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Wow.
히어!
Wow.
아르카나! 엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
A boss from Key before. Oh yeah, the CEO beast from Key
알고자
before.
하는 모든 것들과 함께
I remember that.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
움직임이 좋네요. 추출된 인격의 전투감 같으니까요.
수감자
Key
본인의
before
기름이
is good.
들어왔구나. 관리자의 지위가 이끌어낸 역량일지
미안해.
모르지.
이번 기록해도
태어난 곳으로
분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네.
돌아가라.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
Wow.
캐치. 소각되었습니다.
시원하지. 방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어.
만만치
보라만
않다.
맥주로 사야겠는걸.
우리 하지.
Yeah. There we go.
구, 언, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
If I stopped here, then for the next little bit, whenever I would like
그럼
enter a loading
모처럼
screen on
괜찮은
my
예술을
own, I would
보나
just see the
했더니
dolphins.
벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
Ryoshi, your lines are always so freaking long.
돌아가지.
Yes, Ryoshi, I get it. Your lines are long. Freaking. And grab these. Let's clear that out. Wow. Okay, we only have 2 types of enemies here. Are they gonna be the ring again? It's just kind of silly. It feels silly. Oh, yeah, that barely makes any difference whatsoever.
제한 명령 지역으로 이동.
Once we dealt with the Favis who invaded the Thumner Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. Also, the fact that you keep on calling us to work anyways, that we keep on slumping over as our spirits just leave to fight by your side, I was like, oh, come on. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something. So I decided that might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. I called it. I totally called it. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. You saying? I know they weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times he summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a pea-shaped and nut in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Oh. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm tagging along because I need some exercise. That's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor? I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was a super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the back suit. There was this other, Sora. Her name was Sora. Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Hero probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that somebody who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index apprentice... pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and the Pinky lack them? They didn't. It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the Pinky and the Index's apprentice are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with the critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. Yes, I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads. Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn! That totally breaks the meta! I had a big idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the D. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of its sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. Dang. T.O.? There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess taking the memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this quarter. Hi, Seth! Ah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. Uh-oh. Ah! Okay. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? A bed of popcorn. Thankies. I didn't do anything. Ah! But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. Ha! I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. That's pretty unlikely. That's what TPU is. I am confused about... Oh, wait. SYLC is probably slice your legs clear. That's why until you could barely walk. What the heck is STS? I swear, this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. There's a more fun meaning than tensor processing unit. Yeah. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Oh, dang. Wait, that voice just now, it sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Well, we are about to see advertisements. Yeah. And I'm gonna cuddle my dog for a little bit. Yeah. Yoshi didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Huh. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door. So featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walk past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. Oh, frick. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area with dead bodies. Whenever the masked unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Oh, frick, are we fighting the Index? Signs of life. There are people living down here, up until just a few hours ago. Oh. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable foods. And the cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Oh. Oh. Wait, what? Your kid, what? Imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to... So, they gamed the system in the worst possible way. They just... For, like, people that... They just kept people of various, like... What the frick? What the frick? They just kept people of various descriptions, so it's like, if they get a prescript, it's like, kill the next blonde you see. Kill the next person with blonde hair. They just go down to this dungeon, find someone with blonde hair, and kill. It's like, what? Oh, yay! Hi, Sav. Seriously? This term seemed to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among fast conjectures is that the captives were conditioned, in body and mind, in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Oh, frick. Ugh. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait! That staircase right there leads up! Let's check out what's... Uh-oh. Friggin' annoying, man! The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. They imprison people not because God told them to, but because God might tell them to do something later. Yep, exactly. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. It could have also been that the God told them to set up the prison dungeon. The index is confusing at times. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Alice is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Miyoshi's memories... Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager! The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Haha. Is it though? Is it? Oh hey, we are fighting index people.
다들 기운이 넘치는군.
Oh nice.
역시 본인이 직접 선별한 용기를 북돋는 영웅.
Pre-skip, paper slip 1, attack and hit a sinner. If you seem to come up with the idea of the prison on their own, then in your opinion, wherever this god came from, the responsibility starts to fall on them instead of God. Exactly, yeah. The prescripts are delivered by many means, the medium determined with finality akin to divine prophecy. Those who receive them hold no power over how they arrive. Let's see, did we get anything else? I don't feel that, like, nervous about finishing this stage. I'm just seeing for actual lore. Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means of these paperslip. The paperslip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities attached behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? What? Frick? Okay. A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy a note. Yet in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, is it slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness? Okay, do you have anything different, or are you the same? Might be the same. Yep, there we go. Yep. Yeah.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
이중 격발. 조준은 필요.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 걷잡을 수
빠라바라 빠라바라 빠라바
타올라.
빠라바라 빠라바라 빠라 와 빠라바라
저자, 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
Hang on, so we have... Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dang it, you only have 5 negative stats. In fact, dang it, yeah. Wow. Struggling. Neutral.
만만찮겠군. 우리 하지.
I like this music. I like this. Hey, it should be obvious by the fact that I'm singing with it.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 이럴 수는.
I'm happy now, but I got it. Oh right, we took her kill. Oh my gosh, she's like, what, bro? Seriously?
전 시퀀스.
We took her kill. That's right. Okay, that makes sense.
임파스터.
아군 대리 보내졌다. 재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
Okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 negative. Aha! Send in the Rhodia. Yeah. Send in the Rhodia. Rhodia inbound. Ah.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
펜
That might be too late. Rhodia is being sent in. Yeah.
배선 확인, 철침탄,
Yeah.
트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Wow. Okay, Rhodia activating.
내렸다. 정렬.
Wow.
원색적으로.
아까처럼
good job, Rhodia.
그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
특별히 보여줄게.
Ba-dabba-dabba-dabba. Ba-dabba-dabba. Ba-dabba-dabba-dabba. Ba-dabba-dabba-dabba. So yeah, also, they're all getting pre-scripts now to attack us. Which is wild considering that paper pre-scripts would have to be made in advance, but... Yeah.
만만찮겠군.
이중격,
언니 하지.
Paper pre-scripts would have to be made in advance, so it's like... It's kind of wild to think about, yes, whatever entity is behind the pre-scripts. But it's just like, yes. Frick, we're gonna be attacked. No, I need to react soon. And it's like 5 to 10 business days later, finally the pre-scripts arrive. Yeah. How do you guys realize that the freaking
태어난 곳은
pager that like we've seen freaking
효과적이네요.
Rian
이
달고자
use
하는
to
모든
kind
것들과
of
함께
like, Rian and Thora
무덤
use
돌아.
pagers that
이런 건
disable
몽둥이가
things,
약이지.
like,
너 두드려 패.
oh, how does the
나쁘지
focus of them
좋다,
being like
좋아.
we need
계속
to attack
지원하지.
people? Okay.
전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지.
Also,
자꾸 보면 다른다.
Rhodia is a full furry. Yay! I think about the occasional question of like,
언니 하지.
what furry would this character be? And it's just like,
속삭
in the Project Moon universe, it's obvious sometimes.
통상 배터리. 일시방지. 그만하고.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같은
Like Gregor's a bug.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈
Oh. Game? What do you, what? You're just, okay, we're just ignoring the fact that Araya was completely cut out and it's just Araya's here right now, okay. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dehui Star. Come on, it's not like I want to be Dehui Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there up the stairs? Also, what? Hang on, just a second. Are we looking at this? Like, are we looking at Araya's memory? Because Rian's dead. Nobody else is around in this memory. Oria's a freaking scabbard right now, but is Oriya sharing the memory with us? Is that what's happening? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Oh, Dante having the same realization I did. Am I seeing Oria's memories? Clock. What did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Yay!
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 애를 전부 채웠군.
Oh,
방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
and that's part 2 done.
돌아가지.
Oh, hey, we're fighting more index. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Our current level is lower.
채워지지 않을
It's fine,
공허를
it's fine.
남겨주지.
They're fine. They're powerful enough to handle it. Yeah.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금
Oh, it's just a
달려들면
fight.
딱
Okay.
좋겠어요.
Well, we already fought, so I'm just gonna go through this. We are 2/3 of the way through the content. So I guess it's like maybe it's time for me to come to like some like questions, conclusions out the things going so far. It's very curious. I will say that. It is very, very curious. There's a lot of individual moments of just like I'm not entirely like this the structure of this intervallo did not go the way I thought it would, which is a good thing. That is a good
사고될
thing.
시간이다. 잔무에.
전 시퀀스 작동.
I am wondering right now, like, what is the end state of this, like, intervallo? Are we going to have, like, are we going to get, like, a major resolution note for Ryoshu and have it be, like, she recognizes that her daughter is in the scabbard?
트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
무타법을 이제야 좀
That's
나쁘지 않고.
I guess that's the question for me. Like, is that going to be an ongoing thing
엄마가
of
검을
like,
들고 나갈 때마다
you know, she doesn't quite
정말
recognize
그리웠다.
it fully, or
엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어.
is it just going to happen here? Like,
너희는
is she going to fully recognize it by the end of this intervallo?
돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
I don't know.
해체 어각 진행하겠습니다.
On a slightly different note,
짜증나게.
the index kind of. Well, okay. I touched on this a little bit earlier about how like the Limbus company community like tended to think highly of like, oh yes, they would join the middle or something, right? And I've said I don't think it's a good idea. The Limbus company community as a whole, or at least the Project Moon community, seems to fully recognize that
예상한 것보다 피해가 커지는데요.
지휘 수행 과정에 실수가 있었어.
joining the index is not a good idea.
저들의 저항이 생각보다
But I
거센데.
think that's just because like
하지만
we've gotten
꺾이지 않으면 이 위기도
more
극복할 수 있을
material
것일세.
of the index.
해보지 않으면
We've
모르는
had
것 아닌가.
well, not Limbus. Library of Ruina exists, and Library of Ruina kind of shows in very explicit terms
이중
why the index kind of sucks.
조준이 필요 없지.
It's like
굴라지
yes, it's fine. You just follow the rules. You follow the rules. You follow the rules. What the frick does it mean to go through and kill a painting? Or maybe you'd get something even worse. Like it's just like you get one and it's like it'd probably be something like make a cloud that floats higher, and it's like what the frick would that mean? Ah. Not to mention that, like, with the index, some of the precepts you get are literally just murder somebody. So, yeah.
펜.
It's
자기가 꺾였군. 이 기회에 마음껏 공격해보자고.
it's kind of funny too because like the potential like comebacks to like oh yes they're not that bad are covered in the original game they were in. Like no frick. Oh no. Like Library of Ruina does go out of its way to say, hey, you might think it would be better to just like join and you just follow the prescripts, but there are some very direct examples about why that's not quite the case. Still, like, it's gonna be odd. I think Project Moon needs to go, like, team behind Project Moon needs to go through and say, hey, here's a little bit more about, like, you know, what it actually looks like to be part of the middle, rather than just that one meme of all the dudes with like completely shaved heads standing in a circle going family, family, family. You know? That's all.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께
That's also kind of
이런 건
creepy to
몽둥이가
me.
약이지.
Anyways.
두드려 패.
행보다
전부 녹여서
적사장,
썰어버려도
좋아.
상관없지.
Hang on, let's see. Do you have 6 negatives? You have 1, 2. Oh, hey, we see the prescript iron ticket. Its execution is etched as karma. Drawn into it, it sees the neck of the circle back behind it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dang! Yeah! Okay. Rhodia, attack that one. You got this. Yeah! Also, I'm so happy we have Gregor back. Yay!
여유탄 횟수
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이건 치명상이네요.
I missed the
전투가 끝난 뒤
chain-smoking
시계를
war vet with
돌려주시지
the pet
않으면
cockroach.
치료가 어렵겠어요.
통성불탄 일시방장.
Yeah, whatever.
나의 속 깊은 뜻으로
Whatever, Don Quixote. No, it wasn't effective. It's fine.
속삭.
어중간한 예술은
Oh, right. There wasn't a clash.
지금
He
완전
didn't clash against
상상되는
the
공원에
there.
같았어.
Probably didn't count for anything. Damn it. Okay. We didn't get to see Rhodia pull on her full, like, fur costume. Damn it.
파고들 시간이다. 잔우에.
Wap, 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 wap. Okay. Let's see.
형태 분배 확인.
I feel like the next ad break that comes up, I'm gonna have to get food because I can feel all my possible commentary, my possible on-stream commentary, personality, everything, just filtering down to like my stomach's grumbling.
어때? 사람이 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
It happens. But yeah, next ad break, I should get something to eat. I guess something to eat now, but then I'd feel bad because the characters based on works are familiar. Gregor seems the least like the characters, so there's good reason for that, and that's not even necessarily bad at all. Yeah.
전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Yeah.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
저 개체는 오래
구원
버티진
올.
못하겠군요.
관리자가
하지만
상황에 맞는
슬슬
효과적인
물리는
공격
것
수단을 택했으니 당연한
근처에
결과일 테지.
용수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
It's kind of funny having. Oh, yeah. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. You're kidding me. This isn't. No. Is this Roland's apartment? Right? Looks just like any other average family home. Oh man, I can clean some sure, but damn sure these dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whatever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. No! This isn't this is Rienne's home. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every famed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Ah, dang. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rienne. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but no, I'm pretty sure he suffered death by spork. Something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. Yeah, he got the command, the prescript to kill himself, and it gave him a weapon to do it with, and the weapon it gave him was a spork. Do you recognize this drawing? Ah, it's the waves. I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No. I don't. Oh, dang! You don't remember the waves and Rienne. Oh no. Well, you remember
모처럼
Rian,
괜찮은
but,
예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
Sangria.
돌아가지.
Oh. Oh! We've gone full circle. Oh, this might be the end. Freaking... Oh, this is absolutely the end. It takes modules. Give me a second. Slot of the ring, and then one extra special one. EX objectives, clear stage. Well, that's ominous.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. Now that leaves just the Peaky Nurse Father's quarters. Oh no! But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies, they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Oh. And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. Oh. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch picture clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, Must be another one who was severed by the Arayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registers to no one here but to me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you're talking about this, huh? Yep. Freaking cooking chicken, yeah! I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. Oh no! Orion remembers. The reviews were glowing. One of them was Y-U-M. Meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did he usually make? Boxed lunch. Oh no! Boxed lunch for Araya, and Araya's like, no, I hated it. But Araya loved Ryoshi so much. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. But assembled to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are you making sausages out of an octopus? Give me a second. My dog is signaling to me that she wants out. She's so adorable when I'm like about to let her out because she'll be like, oh, human, 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 and she'll start shaking. Sometimes she'll start running around in circles. And mostly she'll just go bah, 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 back and forth a bit. She gets so excited so easily. I love her so much. Anyways, why are you making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? 'Cause it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this. Oh. What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I don't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay. Oh hey, we see Araya's face here actually. Isn't all the same difference once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's what you say IDK, Mom. SMH. Ha! These must be some of the happiest memories Roshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me, and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine and recall them in full. But for Yoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Oh! Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs, too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait! Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Result, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more fodder to the House of Spiders. More than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh, hey! You're the person that the Rhodia identity is based off of. Wolf Mask? It really is, as Maestro Neil Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you'd be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Favis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of false civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady. Robo Unksa, stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. Uh-oh. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze, even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Brienne said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What does that... Oh yeah, their eyes everywhere. The Favis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshi for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshi as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers. Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. I'm being booped. Ah! Make a pun. Ah, doggone it. Okay, let me try to think of a good pun. Bah. Well, all my puns are going to be absolutely horrible anyways, that you might as well boo to them, you know, or boop. So what are you waiting for? Give me all you got! Ah. Okay. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Our gallery. Because I know you're a lesbian. That's why you go to the gallery. Okay, I'm good. Okay. Well, that's your punishment. Ah! Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshi declined Rufo's request with a courteous lie. And Araya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Oh, frick. Barely. That makes her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Liu Hong. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Liu Hong. Our chances are HOHOM. Oh, I don't understand that one at all. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Oh, look at that. Dancing. Yay! The sexy dancing that I like. Yeah. Dude, really? Woo! More emotes. Let me just read these before I continue. We got wag, squeeze, punching into oblivion. Okay. Cuddle. Ooh. Huh? Hiss. Honka. Okay. Hand heart. Punch. Hit here. Lick. Ah, we got lick. Dead. Okay. Oh, we got Robot Miser Lust. That I drew that one. Crash out. Ooh. Punch. Clap. Yay! Need heal. Give heal. Oh yeah. Yay! Outmoded. Has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferrety with which you've scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. Whew, more emotes. Got sit, sitting on chat, I see. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cheer, yeah, lick. Sniffa. Glex, that's a fun one. Snuggle, steppies, howdy. Reverse. Love. More hit here. More lick. Boot. Bite and hiss from Kaneko. Ah. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that is broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, that we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call the fav? Wild beast. These are the subject matters that have led us favs into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer our work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an forgettable impression in the annals of history. Fauvism is a real-life art movement. I'm guessing it is different, though. Hang on. What is Fauvism? Okay. The Favs, wild beasts, were a loosely allied group of French painters with shared interests. Several of them, including Henri Matisse, Albert Marquet, and Georges Roulet, had been pupils of the symbolist artist Gustave Moreau and admired the older artist's emphasis on personal expression. Use of intense color as a vehicle for describing light and space, and he redefined pure color and forms as means of communicating the artist's emotional state. Ah. Okay. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage, blood, and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's art. Or not. I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as a connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash, truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you haven't. No, you didn't. Ha! Lesser painters like you were such mediocrities that they failed to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hone. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu readied her scabbard. Pointillists, Fauvists, Suprematists, Blue-Royals, Cubists. I visited my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's. Kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature makes sense for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose thou have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
Attack the furries. Turn start. Gain 2 protection for every allied Faubus student of the ring. Oh, kill the others. Got it. Critique in this counter. Gain 2 protection. Kill 5 SP instead, starting from the next turn. If by a skill that has 1 attack, if there is an allied student of the ring, have the said unit take the attack instead. If an allied Faubus student of the ring was within encounter, refill its vacancy with the same student unit. Oh, okay. 1 palette vibrate next turn. Take more damage. Mold color, and touche HUD. Oh, double the amount of damage takes. Woven claws, linked claws, and even those of the turtles. So minuscule yet intricately arranged, what a bold expression. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, les Faubs, are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Okay. If an allied student is staggered, we cover them from stagger. Oh, so you can't quite stagger them. Thank you for following! Pinecorn, yay! At 70% or less at less than 70% HP, gain a new pattern. All effects other than those exclusive to this unit? Oh, frick. Okay. Well, I have attack weight that's more than just 1, so... Eh. This isn't my overall, like, attack weight, though.
Get ready.
Okay.
Get ready.
Okay. I see you're experimenting. Just so you're aware, Pinecorn. You are spending imagination points. The number in the bottom left is going down as you're using those redeems. If it goes down too low, well, what type of steam is that? This is called
Get ready.
I am gonna put a cooldown on stuff now. Just because I thought that headphone check had a cooldown and it doesn't, so I'm gonna add a cooldown to it. There we go. Anyways, here's the headphone check. If you don't know what to know, just make sure you're wearing headphones or you're gonna have a lot of awkward questions. Yeah, you're making random inputs be put into my screen. Yes. Very engaging. You smash a new boss? Fair enough. Let's see. I am gonna refund that one. It's not a game fish night right now.
절침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄,
Let's see.
임상시험 성공.
1,000. So this one's here. 10.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
커버! Is it working? That's working. Everybody get Alex! Get the advertisements! Anyways, you want a combo voice, so here you go. Kobo's killing the furries!
기회를 잡았네. 휘청이는 저자를 꺾어 넘긴다면 저 필살기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지. 돌격하세!
Kobo says murder the furries! And Kobo will win! Sound specs when the redeem was louder than you remembered. Huh. Okay. I noticed that the previous media player I had was still up in addition to stream GUI, so I made sure to mute that. That might have been what was affecting it. Hang on, how many effects do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And to answer an earlier question, the build I am running is a bit different. I am running a status effects build. Basically, I'm trying to maximize how many status effects are so that I can get the special Rhodia effect going on.
하고들 시간이다. 잔후에.
통신 배터리 전 시퀀스 작동.
Because the new Rhodia ring identity needs 6 different like negative status effects to like fully trigger, so nah, frick.
HPN 단 한 발을 요청합니다.
Well, I am currently witnessing a lot of neutral failures. But here we go. Rhodia gets her special thing up now.
정렬. 원색적으로.
적확한 한압이었어.
Yeah. You know, everyone has claws. Like claw marks on them, so yay. The furries are especially strong tonight.
같은 어릇하는 놈들. 내가 공들였으면 내장
There we go.
특별히 보여줄게.
고려된 전략이 없다면
Rhodia's ready.
쓰러진 수감자를 지키는 게 좋을 걸세.
전략이라면요?
자꾸 보면
We have
달라.
full
어쩔 수
furry
없지.
Rhodia.
테스트가 끝난 뒤에 고통을 호소하는 관리자의
Which means
모습을
that she also
추가로
gets
기록할
more,
수 있겠군.
like, her speed is higher, she inflicts more status stuff, so basically, she's better now. Yeah! Oh! Huh. Critiques everybody. Okay. That's struggling. Well, it's also minus coins, so it's not actually going to be that struggling. It's going to be actually kind of favored. The game doesn't know that though. Yeah. That one actually is struggling. Yeah, and you're gonna die. Okay, Attack. Well, hang on. Oh, it's target fixed, so we can't even do anything about it. I can at least have, like, Faust try to dodge here.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로. 아이, 짜증나게.
펜.
Yay! Haha! Critique? Yeah, critique a minus coin.
하나 비트.
Ha! Yeah, you just try to critique a minus coin. Ow. Oh, well, bye, Aldous. You are here to help me farm up more points. Ah! Beats it, let's go. Ow.
파스타.
전 진짜 아프겠는데.
무슨 일
야.
있었던 게
Impasto! Okay. Oh, Dominic. I don't need to interact with that one. Hero's got that down. Mersault? Block her down, Mersault. Actually, hang on. I need to check your
제
bleed.
무기는 육체적 손상을 위해 설계되었으니 정신력 회복을 위한 직원을 찾으셨다면 다른
That
직원
might not be the best for... Okay, never mind. Don't lock down, I needed to do Pursuance, but I need someone else to do it so that you don't die of bleed before you manage to hit anything. I need someone else to, like, block it. Or at least... I know! Words! Words! They matter! They matter, they do things. Believe me, they do things. Despite what I try, what I twist them into, they do things.
해체 없.
Okay, Mersault, please heal people with Pursuance.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이
Here we go.
반드시
Because Pursuance
부서진다.
would heal 2 people. There we go.
엄마는
Those
무기라면
two.
뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검역.
Yeah! Heck. Yay! Okay, and this is just to win more flashes, honestly. Ah, but it did stagger somebody. Granted, they can't be staggered, they'll be unstaggered by the end of the turn.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Oh no, you're in for a nasty beating. No, that's just Dawn. Well, Brent and everyone else is in for a nasty beating. But still, we're fine. That's fine. We're okay. Dominating. Let's see. At this point, I'm just class running at this point. Ah! Hello, Raiders. Hello. Hang on. Let me give you a shout out. Welcome, he, she's, phase, ace, and all others to Celestial Circus. I'm your ringmaster, Celestial Clown. Right now, we are killing furries, I think. They seem to be furries. Taxidermy furries, but still, they're furries. Eek. How are you doing? Chow braid. Chow braid. Hang on. Let me see if I can... Wait. Oh, there you go. Sonic Adventure 2 battle. Oh, yeah. Heck, awesome for Sonic Adventure 2 battle.
짜증나게.
Mina, you're gonna watch me beat up a bunch of furries. A bunch of pompous art students figured out the furry fandom, and they just figured out, hey, what if we combined art and being a furry? And they found taxidermy, I guess. Yeah.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Yay! Dodge. Dodge! Nabbit, I didn't dodge at all.
저기는 땅에 떨어졌네. 있었던 게 이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가?
Hopeless? No, it's hopeless. Well, it's not quite hopeless, is it? What if I just do you? Oh, it's hopeless! No! Frick! Okay, what about you? Would you be hopeless? You're still okay. It's all hopeless. Hopeless, 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 hopeless. Hacking. Pursuance. Dominating. Why could it all be like that? But instead it's hopeless, 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 hopeless. Yeah.
실험 중이니 변인 통지에는 주의하게.
See, hopeless. Why? Power guard to at least try. Wait, are you in the no, you're not in negative. Gregor might not Gregor, Mersault might be dead. I don't want to fail this.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채.
Haha.
기록에 따라
You'll be executed
당신을
as is written.
반드시 집행하겠습니다.
Get people some health back.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작사를 내놨어.
짜증나게.
Yeah.
통상 배탈. 일시방작.
Oh hey, we've almost got you into stagger range. And I think your skill only applied to like your students, not to you, so you can still be stabbed. You can still be stabbed.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Wait, you regain health, don't you? You're regaining health.
항상 지켜보고 있었지.
I thought. I should probably take another look at like the passive at play here, just to see like, okay, are you regaining health? Is that a thing you're doing? Oh, frick. Nah, frick.
좋은 선택이었어.
Okay, are you regaining health or do you just have a lot of it?
본인의
into protection. Fill vacancy, fragile sun symbol. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything HP. No, I'm not seeing anything HP. No, I'm not seeing anything in regards to the HP. You just have a bunch of health. This might take a while. That's if I get impatient. In which case, let's just throw a few, shall I say, mass attacks. Just for fun of it. Also, I like this music. Considerably dramatic. Okay, Gregor. Put on that wedding dress.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자, 이걸로 대신하지.
Good job, Gregor.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Oh, frick. No. No, Bristol. Why?
저주는 필요 없지.
Annihilated by a furry. Some people would love to have that happen to him.
정렬.
Yeah.
훌륭하오.
How close are we to stagger here? Because once we hit that stagger range, it's gonna be basically damage and do as much, like,
피해
can't we do as much
상처값이
damage as
예상
possible
범위를
at once?
벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고 의사 시간 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
바이올라. 무슨 일 있었던 겐가?
Okay, you're at 1926 health. Your stagger range is at 1845, I think. So you're looking at about 80 more damage. Then you have this one. If I could just get 80 damage onto you, then let's see. We should be fine. As a furry, you give my approval to Carol other furries. Less competition for you. There we go. This should probably work out.
필중 의지만 있다면
As long as we do 80 damage this turn, it's fine.
아듀.
Yeah, there we go. We got the stagger in. Yeah. And all of the other art students are gone.
법을 유지하기 위해
타올라라.
Oh, wait. No! I am worthy of the privilege to behold your prized needlework. Okay.
지원하지.
No! You don't hold the stagger. Oh, no. I am very appreciative of this music, though. Angry furry. Very angry furry.
해체어가 진행하겠습니다.
Very angry furry. Put on the fursuit and the fursuit is small. Sorry, I just having fun with you.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
But yeah, this is pattern change we were warned about.
모든 결과들은
House knows where the nearest gas line is. Good luck with the game. Thank you, Watch Hugs. thank you for being here watching. Heck. Oh no!
적을 밟았거나 관리 중인 상황일 거라 생각했습니다.
I'm getting demolished.
희귀한 경험.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
현명한 판단이.
The
살고자
fairy
하는
is a
모든
bit more
것들과
powerful than I was like
무덤으로
expecting.
돌아가라.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
지원하지.
Hey, look at that!
본인의
Let's see. Do I need to activate this? Yeah, it's fine. Maybe? Maybe it's fine. Might not be fine. It's not fine. Hopeless, 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 hopeless. Yeah, that's not the sign of something that's fine. I'm trying to think. What level are you? Level 66. That's not too much higher than my own people, at least. I mean, I could pull out Ira.
해체
Nah.
진행하겠습니다.
Goodbye, Faust.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
No, frick.
이번 소재는 거기보다 사납네.
Bye, Rhodia. Frag her with the arm.
연에 있었어.
Ah. So Kat, now comes the question, am I gonna win this or am I gonna fail?
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
Yeah. I don't think I have the ability to damage you enough to just go for like... Hang on, unless you have... No, you don't have another stagger threshold. Well, that's not good. Can I at least get more... Nope. Okay. We're now a danger to ourselves more than anyone else. For every final power +1 for every type of negative effect on the main target, max 6. Well, we have lots and lots of negative effects, and we have Sinclair who just came in, fresh off the presses, and it's like, you know, Sinclair, you might be the best chance we have. Might be.
사고될 시간이다.
Ha! Nope, it failed. Right out the gate, it failed. Oh no.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I might be dead.
벌써부터
Holy
착하네.
cow.
프리미엄 프로세스를 기억하는
내게 지울 수 없는 낙인이라면 차라리
기억할 것이니
이 슬픔과 함께 일어서겠어.
용맹하게
Oh, hey,
싸운
look!
그대
Don Quixote has become
곧
the soup
되돌아올
demon.
것을 고대하고
I am very, very much in a bad spot.
전투에 임하겠습니다.
Oi, you gotta at least win.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
What is that gonna happen? Oh, wait, oh, frick. Bye.
걱정만 붙이게 되는 꼴인데
Ah. You know, Kira is the only reason why I'm actually gonna be able to do this.
브레이크 슬랩.
Oh, yep. The peak damage did it. Oh no. Oh, this is bad.
지원이 오래됐다. 보기만 해도 아프네. 관리자 양반.
Well. Yeah. Ishmael. Ardor. Blossom. Moth. Eat.
어디 시험해 보지.
Aha!
편히
You're gonna bleed to death.
작은 나비
Yep, there it goes.
이곳을 벗어날 수
Yeah!
있지.
We're doing damage still.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게
Warm
안아줄 수는
embrace.
있어요.
The face. Well, at least we're gonna get the freaking boss to under 1,000 HP.
바이올렛, 브레이크.
If I want to win this boss fight easily, I can just break out the freaking high show pack build. Just break out the high show pack and it's like, yep, we win.
오래됐다. 보기만 해도
Oh,
아프네.
Gregor in a wedding dress of doom. Oh, there we go. Hang on, some damage. And just kind of.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Oh, that's. Sorry, Gregor.
아이씨,
Bye, Gregor.
함께 싸울 수 있어. 생각했어.
Okay, under 1,000 HP left on the boss.
나의 벗들은 괜찮은가?
Yeah, this is not good. Well, I could still try to do something,
시험해
but
보지.
I'm sitting here just waiting to see if I can somehow eke out a win for like. Cause like Gregor's on the last like. Gregor's on the last prestigious of that identity's abilities, which that identity basically can survive on like 1 health for a while, but. Yep, there he goes. Okay.
뛰어나지 않았던 것이지.
There goes Ishmael.
모든 무상무정 시선에 봐야 부질없다 해도
Let's see. 748? That's not the worst.
아군이 열애됐다. 보기만 해도 아프네. 관리자 양반.
Man, that hurts to watch. I'm like, yeah. Fine though. This isn't gonna go that much longer. Hang on. What if I throw out a Morthatos here? Yay! Favorite dominating. Oh hey, look at that! We're probably gonna reach like... Yeah! We reach under 500 HP left on the boss. Yeah. Hi, Blueberry Head. Thank you for following. Ah. Let's see. Are we gonna get a stagger soon? Not yet. We might get a death before stagger, actually. Considering that we are past the point of staggering. Ah, 281. And we might be done. We're done. Yep, we are so done. Ah. Hello, hello.
고작 이런 걸로 길이 끊어졌다고 생각하니? 아니, 너희의 흐름은 연결된 끈은 너희가 생각한 것보다
I could pull out the high shield pack.
말도 안 돼. 아무리
This
신축하라고
count
해도 마에스트로의 갤러리에 전시된 게 고작 이런
This-
양산품이라니.
It's Intervallo
한 손으로 돌리긴 좀
9.5.
아쉬운데. 쓸만한 도구라도 찾아볼까? 사연 붙을 만한 건 좀 노멀해도 챙기고.
Okay, let me just edit this team a little bit better. Okay, so first of all, I probably shouldn't just rely on the LCE. Let's see. All reliable. Lobotomy, ego, regret. Followed by Spice Boy! Spice Boy, you say? Let's go, let's go! Wah, wah, wah! Okay. That might be the only change I want to make for now. Like,
제한 명령
I-
지역으로 이동.
I know that if I break the high shield packs, I basically just win because they're way too powerful. But, you know, it's kind of like, eh.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
For the first part of the fight, mass attack seemed the way to go about it, though, right here. See, you're turning Gregor. Gregor could potentially win. Then who are you targeting? You were targeting Rhodia. Can Rhodia win? Rhodia can win. You are targeting... You know what? Kira can take it. Kira can take it.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Yes! attack seems like the way to go about the first phase of this fight.
대상 확인, 철침탄,
As for the second phase,
펜지션, 확산,
I think
현상 실성.
wait, I should probably, whatever. The second phase is going to be just get everyone through the first phase of the fight easily
피해
enough.
상술값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군.
It's just the
유사 시험 기록이
critique
있다면 바로
round.
전송해주게.
The critique rounds appear to happen whenever like the students are taken out. Well, that was just miserable. Oh frick! I forgot to do one thing.
고작 이런
I
걸로
forgot
길이
one thing. I
끊어졌다고
forgot one thing.
생각하니?
Okay.
아니, 너희의 흐름은 연결된 끈은 너희가 생각한 것보다 더 질길 거란다.
I switched out. I switched out Faust's like best possible ego.
마에스트로의 갤러리에 전시된 게 고작 이런 양산품이라니. 빈손으로
Let's see.
돌아가긴 좀 아쉬운데.
There we go. Rather than Arger Blossom Star, freaking
사연 붙을 만한
blue
건좀
attack.
노멀해도 챙기고.
Let's see, and I can not have
나를 점
bunch
찍었다니.
of stupid up at the
격에 맞는
front.
조언도
It's
함께
fine.
준비하도록.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
It's like, yeah, whatever. It gives me the extra points. I don't care right now. I'm just working on trying to win. Without relying on the high show packs. I'm trying to win without the high show packs.
제가를 처음 쥔 형 누나들이랑
오케이.
비슷한 느낌이네요. 아, 그러니까
And
어디가
just eat
비슷하냐면
up right from
아,
the start.
힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가
On Gregor.
또 닮았답니다.
Gregor deserves just a little bit of like being able to sit down and be like, I can win. Ah. Ah.
탈출
Okay.
개체 확인.
Here we go. Yeah. I don't even know if Gregor is technically here.
전 시퀀스 작동.
Although with Gregor talking in some of the attacks, that's like maybe Gregor is here. Yeah. There we go. I didn't think that attack would actually even build up XP
조준은 필요 없지.
and then win. Got it. Yeah. Come on, Kira, you got this. Oh, Kira doesn't got this.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bro, seriously? Yeah, seriously.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Okay, let's see. Do I actually have, let's see, any envy, gloom, lust? I see envy, gloom, and lust. Yeah, we can build up the kidney. Building up a kidney. Ah,
탈출 개체 확인.
yay. Okay. So, I suspect I'm gonna win,
엄마는
but
무기라면
that
뭐든 잘
attitude
다루지.
is
짜증나게
what will get
잠시
me killed.
깨어난
But then
게
again, it's fine.
기체가 약화된
I don't know. I find the ring a little bit more comedic. It's just like we're in the corridor and they're just infesting it like they're I don't know, like they're a bunch of rats.
돌아가라.
But rats have a different connotation in the setting.
안테님은
And if I say bugs, that has different connotations because Gregor's here. And rodents just doesn't seem right. I'm just like, what word do I use to describe them? Everything has already taken like understanding in the setting.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Good job, Kira.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Yeah.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 것.
Oh hey, we have critique time.
목숨을 거두려 했다면
I can win
머리를
on that
베었어야지.
one. I can win on that 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 one. Neutral. No. This time it's gonna be fine.
비워보지.
정의 이름으로.
Yeah.
아이, 짜증나게.
Ow.
펜 살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Oh right, we got through your art students, and now it's just like we're just attacking you.
내렸다. 정렬.
Yep, there goes your art students. Ah, docent.
저 교차는
Bye bye.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인
This is going a lot
공격
better.
수단을
This is going a
가능한
lot
결과를
better
주자.
now.
트랜지션 확산탄 임상시험 성공.
Wow. Yay. Granted, actually doing the
내가 공들여 깨면 애정.
damage necessary is a little bit
특별히
difficult.
보여줄게.
지원하지.
사람을 단축하니 보기
Oh,
좋아지지
hey!
않았나?
Polarage, Impulsive. Gain Fragile, deal plus damage for negative effect on target. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Wah! Music, music. Yeah.
탈출 개체 확인해.
Oh, I should have probably brought out the kidney, shouldn't I have?
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게
Oh, frick.
강한 일격을.
I'll break out the kidney next turn. If I remember. I might not remember to break out the kidney.
통상 배터리. 일시방적.
No! No! Ah. Aha! Aha! Yes!
왜? 좀 긁혔어?
Beat up the furries. Not just any furries, but the pretentious, arch-obsessed furries that decided we're gonna make fursuits out of taxidermied animals.
지원하지. 방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Like, it's not just being furries, it's that they decided fursuits out of taxidermy. Honestly, I don't know how to feel about that, and I don't know how the furry community would feel about that. Fursuits out of taxidermied animals.
탈출 개체 확인.
Anyway. I just kind of feel like it's missing the point to use taxidermy. Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
I mean, just imagine like
속삭.
they could actually hear what we were talking about them, and it's like, yeah, it's pretty cool. You do the top of your fursuit, but also, really, taxidermy? Like, are you kidding me? Yeah.
하나 눕혔네.
Oh,
이렇게 눕혀가다 보면 어느새 끝나는 게 싸우는 거지.
it's time for the critique. Hopeless. Dominating! Yay! It's hopeless until I give it the old, oi, I'm gonna hit you with something harder than you can handle. And it's like, ah, you're dominating, yay! Like, just like a chains of others, that's probably something I should be doing regularly.
필중 의지만
Yeah! Oh, it's hopeless because, like,
지켜보고
the
있어.
negative effects stack up on each other. That's right, that's what you do. You get extra, like, power against somebody with more negative effects. Yeah!
모든 결과들은
Fast knows all outcomes. Fast also knows where the closest gas line is. And I like saying that all the time.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Okay, let's see. We are getting close.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Yeah, turning down the hold. Gonna have significantly less power next turn.
정의 이름으로 이륙.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Oh, we got the stagger. Nice.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
I thought we. I thought we were gonna enter the next phase of the fight, but no, we didn't. Oh, I guess we're a little bit off. Please tell me we don't have to destroy all the students again.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
Yeah.
방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
Now sound strategy, keep advancing. Yay, thank you.
대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워.
Arcana
슬레이브.
Oh, Arcana Slave. There we go. We just watch as one of them
효과적이네요.
explodes.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
노력은 가상하지만
오. 왜? 좀 긁혔어? 아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
Especially because, like, I'm just thinking about the fact that Oh, fine. Okay, cool.
지원하지.
Yay.
조토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야
Mersault.
조용해진 거. 저 도야지 같은
Lock her
새끼.
down. Oh, frick. Pursuance summoning. Yay! Brr. Ba. Wah. 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 Bram. Dominating. Sorry, the music got really intense. I was like, into the music. Especially because this music is so freaking. Oh frick. Burst first flames. Yay! Okay, let's go.
필충이지만 있다면
Okay, Rhodia, heal everyone a little bit, please.
당신을
Or
반드시
heal 2 people?
지켜나겠습니다.
I think it might be 2 people. Well, some people got healed.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ow. Okay.
가엾고
간.
슬픈 아이들.
Gun!
그렇지.
Gun!
별수.
호. 제 행위. 그렇다고 무산.
Maybe I should just build a team eventually that's just every single person who has a gun.
모불.
Or we're coming staring hellfire for a riot to morality's extinction.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도 눈에 바로 척을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
Wait, why do you have the protection? I thought you only got that with the students. Yeah. Do it, Marcel.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Tighten her
이
down.
정도 오류는 넘어갈까요?
Yeah, and the protection is
이런
gone.
것까지 하나하나
And
조율하는 건 평범한 이들의 머리로는 어려워도
your power down is extreme. Holy sparkly! What does that mean? Hang on.
자꾸 보면 다른다.
What if maybe your skill 3 is extra sparkly? Let's see, you're probably gonna go for this. Unfocus ability. Max 90%. Your target has. Why are you extra sparkly? Why is it so shiny? I guess we're about to find out, but still, it's so shiny. Look at that.
필충 의지만 있다면
I love being able to have just like so results
원색적으로. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 감동적이지 않을 수
results a bit like base ego to just go through and say, hey, the enemy's weaker. It's horrible when there's large groups of enemies, but when there's one specific enemy you want to focus on, Ah, awesome.
속삭.
Good job, Kira. Did a total 12 damage with that.
대상 확인.
Yeah.
트랜지션. 확산탄. 임상시험 성공.
Rah. Having a turn with results chains on the boss. It's just,
임파스터.
it feels good.
자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를
I did it on the wrong turn, though.
끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Can I not overtake? Ah, dang it. Favored? Dominating. Dominating. Yes!
필중이지만 있다면
Yeah! With love. Hi!
정의 이름으로.
Also, prepare for ouchies.
아이씨,
Ow,
짜증나게.
ow, ow, ow. Ow.
임파스터. 이거는 보이셨다면 숨어봤지. 본인은
Well, everyone's hurting a bunch, so it is time to break out. The kidney! Yeah! Okay, bring out the kidney, and then we're gonna do chains of others. But you're not clashing against anybody. Prepare for ouchie cell. Ow, ow. Yes, you can add that quote, Ryan.
탈출 개체 확인.
출력 형태 변경.
Okay,
잘 지켜줬구만.
almost done.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay. We are hitting the less than 1,000 HP left.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
Chain her down, Mersault.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
브레이크 슬랩.
Oh, we might be hitting the under 500 left.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Yep, we're under 500 left.
명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요. 이번 소재는 거기로.
Ah, staggered. That sucks. Okay.
임파스터.
다소 유리하구려.
Impressed. It's time for me to hit the damage button. Most people don't hit the damage button because they're like, it's useless. And I'm like, no, it's not useless. It's for when you want to do all the damage at once and finish a fight quickly. Like what I'm about to do. Vashi, hang on, kidney.
키워보지.
사랑과 정의.
Okay.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bro, seriously? Okay. Come on, we're getting close. might have jumped the
이
gun a
전투는
little bit.
승리할 거야.
Oh, I definitely jumped the gun a little bit. But we're at less than 250 remaining.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Okay, we just have to survive. Taking all the hits that I didn't bother to block. We should be fine though. Ow. Less than 100 left, and it's just
한 발을 요청합니다.
기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도
Staggered.
슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
and we're done.
교체 확인.
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼
Advertisement's about to hit, which kind of sucks, but you know.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면
Success.
승률이 상당히 높군.
Success.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할
I'm gonna go on
뒤처리도
break.
없나.
And once we get back from break,
돌아가지.
it's gonna be the very end of the Intervallo. Last little bit of story. See you in a little bit. Everybody get going. The advertisements. to use the bathroom. Okay. Good memories. Gah. See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. Ah! Hi, Fairy! Birthday raid coming in. Birthday raid. Happy birthday! Nice, let me give you a shout out. Give you a shout out, get some love. I was watching you a little bit play Super Mario 64. So, welcome He-She's, Faye, Zays, and all others to Celestial Circus. I'm your Ringmaster Celestial Clown. We just got finished beating up a bunch of furries. Furries who decided taxidermy was valid to use for furry suits. How's your thing? Yeah, it's going good. I just beat up a bunch of furries. Well, a bunch of art students who looked at furries and thought, this is an art movement. Also, you just got done streaming, so make sure to eat, drink, rest, and be merry. Ha ha ha. Anyways, well, serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the paw of his wings, at least until you fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning, though. That is understandable. Ah. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance. Most certainly. Yeah! Then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time, full. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Oh, you're on the drunkard side of things. Make sure to rest then. You may very shortly find yourself in bed. Fantastic. That is part of eating, drinking, resting, and being merry. Specifically resting. Yeah. You're great. Thank you. Ah. Abba. Dead. You're glad you got to give me some love for once? Yeah. Limbus Company streams tend to go longer since I like to play through as much of them as possible, so, like, I'm glad to be here. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah. Thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Oh, right, the middle hates you, the ring hates you, the thumb kind of hates you. You haven't made enemies of the index or the pinky yet, but that's only a matter of time. Ah. It's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? And you, Kira. Come on, bro. I'm fighting my ass off out here. Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been there, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with Clock. What is BB? Ha! Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all. The people who used to be much stronger, like Audis or Don Quixote. Oh, yay! Hearts from me, from Fairy. Thank you. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's like we have a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who is 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. It's like they don't realize that we are in the Project Moon universe equivalent of the back rooms. You go before the face typing begins. Take care of yourself though. Thankies! Didn't I just leave this room? Yep. Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh dear. Oh shit! Where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. Oh no. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Peaky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. The room's not locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. No! Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or 2 from the present before we can return. Oh! Oh, yikes! That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Vodia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the L Corp branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. Thank you, Ishmael. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. Oh? What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No. The sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi! Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Oh. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude toward sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. Yep. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be in a week or 2 to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we would be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. This room is much safer than the rest of the back rooms. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders into this room, right into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and our OP sword is our best bet. Right. But what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, no! The last bits of Araya? As the Arayashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshi's memories. Aw, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Oh! Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. I'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. Oh no! You can't. Oh. Ah! And right back to forgetting Araya ever existed. Oh. That was good. That was freaking good. Okay. I will say this though. It is a Limbus company live stream, and so I feel like I should extract, but I already got this identity, so... And I just barely got this identity. What the frick? I have all of these Don Quixote stuff. I guess I'm just pulling standard extraction to finish up this stream. It's been a while since I pulled on this banner. And I got nothing special. That's pretty standard.
나리 계시는가? 그새 지령을 받고 나가셨나 보군.
Well,
나리의 방은 쉬고 검은 것밖에 없어. 혼자 있고 싶지는 않소나. 옆방에 간도 환영받지 못할 것 같고.
let's see. Are any other VTubers playing Limbus Company?
어떡해.
I see a few. Now the big important question is, am I interested in seeing any of them? What the? Maybe? Vaguely? I don't know. No Shimmer Luck this time. No, I mean the first one was Shimmer Luck. I couldn't rate Sophie because I was like, I was watching Rackley and then Rackley rated Sophie and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna keep watching Sophie. And then it's like, oh.
에이, 고민거리가 생기면 이렇게 까무룩 생각에 잠겨버린다네.
So anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing. Something silly could happen. Like tomorrow. Tomorrow, where I will be going through and playing Bombi. Don't know what Bombi is? Well, we're gonna figure that out. Because I got access to a playtest. We're gonna be playing with like Lily, and Warkley. So that'll be fun. Make sure to come by. It'll be great. As for raid message. Wah! Here we go. Make sure to copy that message, paste it, put whatever emotes you want at the beginning and end of it. And I hope to see you tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Bye. Thank you for watching. It means a lot to me.